You guys kept me awake all night. Just so many things that I'm thinking about. And I'm sensitive to the limited amount of time we have together, and I was really struck by the seriousness and the weight of the challenges that you're working through in your everyday work for people and with people. And I was trying to think of the best way to use the time we have today. And I think, so anyway, that's what I've been working out. And we're going to get back and continue to work at our tables, but I want to continue to set a context, but with some of your challenges in mind that I've heard in our private conversations and in your group work. One of the things I thought I could do is just quickly this morning is give you some examples of how it can be different. In other words, including here in California, how we are seeing different experiences in different places, and some of them are pretty hopeful. All of them need a lot of work. And then this screen I've got up here, in a minute I'll play for you, is not from California, it's from Cambodia. And it's a place called the Cambodian Children's Trust, which I've connected with for the last about 12 years or so. The Cambodian Children's Trust is in a place called Battambang, Cambodia, which is a region of Cambodia that's on the border with Thailand. And it's a complicated place because there's a lot of human trafficking that comes through across the border there, and also a lot of migration of people from places like Myanmar who are escaping violence. And it's just a very complicated region, and Cambodia has not in the past had, in this context, had a child protection system. That's a developing world context, and having a child protection system was not something that they had built as a government. What had happened instead is over time, particularly with connection to the United States, to Canada, Europe, Western Europe, and Australia, what had developed, as we've seen in other developing world contexts, is our orphanages across countries. And we've learned that these orphanages aren't what they say they are. Most of the children in orphanages are not orphans. They are effectively children who have families in economic distress and political distress, who orphanage operators go to and pay them a little bit of money and promise that they can give their children a better life than their family can. And then they bring these kids into the orphanages, and then they keep them in a ragged state. They keep them malnourished, with ragged clothing. One of the orphanage that spawned this particular place, the children were so starved that the only way they could eat was to catch rats and eat them. And they take pictures of these kids and they make videos of them, and they send them to churches and they send them to other groups to get them to want to care about these poor Cambodian kids, or Taiwan, or kids from other places, Nepal, Nepalese kids. This is a common thing, and Cambodia was covered in these orphanages, and the Battambang region had a lot of them because of the complexity there. And a friend of mine, a woman who became a friend of mine, ended up getting involved with local people in Battambang, and over the last 15 years, they built a child welfare system that doesn't look like any child welfare system you've ever seen, because it doesn't have any foster care, it doesn't have any orphanages, it doesn't put kids in institutions. And when there's a distressed family and there's a concern about the safety of their children, that family be more likely to get 3 economic workers to come see them than a social worker to take their children away, because they recognize that the well-being needs of the children have to do with the well-being needs of their parents or their grandparents. And it's a housing problem, it's a nutrition problem, it's a health problem, it's an education problem. And the other thing they understand is that people need to be self-determined. People need to live in a community with enough support and resources to have an opportunity to become self-sufficient. And so we'll come back and we'll look at their example, because it came to my mind overnight, particularly for those of you who are representing tribes, as a design vision that might be interesting to you, because the issues they're confronting are really the kind of issues that I heard about yesterday from you at your tables. So we'll come back and we'll look at their video. But when I do play the video, just be prepared for it, because it's going to send a message that's going to be a bit hard to hear. Because a lot of you work for the very places that they're talking about putting out of business. But that doesn't mean there isn't work to do. It just means the work is different. But I'll start with something I was asked to do this morning. I mentioned that one of the things people know me for is the research I did that became something called Family Finding in the U.S. and now in other places in the world. And your legislature a few years ago, and Governor Newsom signed a bill passed by your legislature, created something called the Center on Excellence and Family Finding that's housed at UC Davis, and gave them the responsibility of dispersing $150 million between that time and I believe 2007 to counties to create what they basically were calling family finding designs in child welfare, to support the goal that I talked to you about yesterday, which was moving from a foster care system to a Kin First system. And one of the examples that we've been seeing of that kind of work in California comes out of Los Angeles. So I've been connected with Los Angeles around family finding research for over 20 years. And I'll just give you a context of what's happening in Los Angeles today, is that the County Child Protection Agency, the Department of Children and Family Services, they have what we call a kinship rate right now across the entire county of 80%. What that means is that within 60 days of an investigation where a child is not thought to be able to safely live with their parent, those children are either now living with their other parent or another parent, or they're living in a kinship placement. So there are 19 offices in the county. So when you look at the 19 offices, the kinship rate is 80%. However, 6 of those offices are far below that rate. And that's because they're new to the implementation. They haven't learned how to be good at this yet. They're working at it. Some of them have only been doing it for just over a year. So when you take them out, then you have offices and their kinship rate is 95%. One office this year got to a kinship rate of 99%. So what did they do? They ended foster care in their county, or on their way to doing it, well on their way to doing it. They've been sustaining these kinship rates for 8 years. It's not a recent thing. Now remember also, when you think about, this is not a contest. You guys have your challenges, they have theirs. It's not a contest. But some of the context that they face is we think, or from what I've read, there are 140 ethnicities or cultures represented in the people who live in the county of Los Angeles. There are 244 languages. There's a lot of poverty in Los Angeles. There's a lot of social challenges and political challenges. There's a lot of racism. I'm from California originally, but I learned all I needed to learn about racism in California, not in Alabama. My family's from Kentucky. I didn't need to learn it there. I could learn it right there in LA, right? So there's a lot of problems, and yet the kinship rate in the county is 80% and climbing. That's the first part. The second part is the county staff who are doing that work like to go to work. They're not quitting. Why aren't they quitting? Because they're doing what they came to social work to do, which was to work with families, not to move kids from one placement to another, not to staff kids in hotels, not to staff kids who are sleeping in the office. They're doing the work they were made to do, they would say. That's extraordinary. By the way, if you don't know this about Los Angeles County, it's considered the single largest child welfare jurisdiction on the planet. There's no bigger system. Having said that, when I first started working with LA over 20 years ago, they had about 45,000 children in foster care. Just 10 years before that, they had 60,000. Today, they're right above 12,000. And 2,000 of those kids are only in foster care because they have a backlog in the court and haven't finalized their adoptions, and those adoptions with relatives. So they expect when the backlog breaks that they will drop under 12,000 for the first time in many decades, and shrinking. So you might think, well, what happens to all the child welfare jobs? Or maybe you're thinking that, I don't know. But actually, this is a very interesting story. They're doubling them, not shrinking them, in a very particular way. And that particular way is through their journey to becoming a Kin First system, they've begun to see the value of making particular investments to strengthen families that have kids, because kids are really important. And so what they're doing, the Board of Supervisors is the hero in this story, believe it or not, of politicians, have made a decision to fund that every child who gets an open case in LA County will not only, as they always have, receive a caseworker or social worker to be primarily responsible for them, but they'll get an additional person responsible for something, and that is to work with that child and their family and neighborhood. So what they call a P3 worker. So they're going to double the staffing around every family, not shrink it. Because life is hard in Los Angeles County for marginalized families, isn't it? And life is hard here for marginalized families. The goal is not to shrink the support, the goal is to strengthen it. But children in the context of their family, culture, and community, not being turned into a object to be moved from one place to another by family foster care agencies, or whatever you call those FFA things that you have. Not to go into group homes, not to go into these other places. So that.
Like how Native American people lived in them.
Well, it's funny that you should say that. Remember, I'm from Washington, and remember also that my wife and kids are members of a tribe. So let me be clear. Let me tell you a fun story about that. I don't know if you guys know. Anyway. When I started the research, we did this in the first thing we did was in, if you know where Tacoma is, I live in Tacoma, right? So Pierce County. And the first place that I tested these ideas, first of all, don't come from tribes, although the inspiration probably does. The practice comes from Rwanda. And it was particularly what happened, you'll remember Rwanda had a genocide in the mid-1990s or later 1990s, and what happened in Rwanda was not different in a way from Cambodia. When the genocide happened, they think about 1 million people got murdered in the span of 100 days. The second part of that effect is it made 250,000 actual orphans. So in Rwanda's a small country, population, relatively small country. Imagine the United States getting 250,000 orphans in the span of 100 days. We would be overwhelmed in our ability to respond to them, as were they. They weren't able, and not only was that happening, but they had very little civil governance left as a result of that conflict. So what happens is there's a space of 4 or 5 years that pass before Rwanda can reconstitute civil governance such that they can get to the problem of these 250,000 orphans. So you have to ask yourself, where were these kids in the meantime? And where they were unaccompanied in relocation camps of people who had been in refugee movements. So and these are, by the way, toddlers. There are not many of these kids who are smaller than toddlers for a particular reason, and that is you had to be big enough to run to not get killed. So these kids were just big enough to run, or able-bodied enough to run. And they kind of just follow these, they get picked up by people, and they end up in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, in Uganda, and other places in these relocation camps, and they basically become labor for other refugees. And unfortunately, they also become some things to be sold. And so 6 years after the genocide, there's enough structures now in place that the International Committee of the Red Cross start going into these relocation camps and identifying who these children are. Now remember, when they ran, they were 3 and 4 year olds. Now it's 5 or 6 years later, they're 10 and 11 year olds. Incredibly traumatized 10 and 11 year olds. And they get identified as unaccompanied minors by these UN workers and by others, and they get repatriated to Rwanda and go right into orphanages, just like the orphanages in Cambodia that also exploit them. And there was this group of people who happened to be Americans in this story from a place you might have heard of before, but maybe not, but you'll know who their founder was. And it's a place called the International Rescue Committee, and they're headquartered in New York State. Their founder was Einstein. So Einstein founded a charity called the International Rescue Committee, and they're still operating. And they have a group of people there that had experiences during the Vietnam War with taking a different approach to separated children, which was to search for their surviving relatives. So the family finding thing that I did was based on what I learned in Rwanda. I created a 6-step model for our context based on the model used in Rwanda. Their model was so effective that although it took 20 years, they closed all the orphanages in the country. All the children who were separated were returned to their family, at least to their village, and then supported there. So that family finding work came from there. So I guess what I'll sort of put that story together with the LA story to make a point. What's the connection between the two? What LA was for me, and there are other places in the world that have been like this for me as a place of research, was to demonstrate that building a so-called child welfare system on the idea that children had nobody was a system built on a lie. And that's what I could learn from tribes, because they knew that through boarding school experiences, through the 60s scoop, through the way that the child welfare system just continued to do it and still does. I don't know if you heard the latest headline this morning. The Children's Bureau in DC for the third time in 8 years finalized rules to require the states to actually accurately report on Indian child welfare compliance. And why is that a story today? Because it's not likely to happen, because Trump's administration, just like the last time, is going to kill it. because the states don't want to report Indian child welfare data reliably, because if they did, everyone would know how much they're failing in their compliance with it. So the third time we've had regulations to have it, this will be the third time it gets killed. It's not going to happen. So here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what I was working on, and I took the experiences from Rwanda, and then we looked at 50,000 kids in the United States with it over 10 years, extensively here in California, but in 40 other states, or 39 other states, is, as I said yesterday, they had 100 to 300 living relatives conservatively, and other people that knew them too, and there was no reason for them to be in a foster care setting because they could be with their family and in their culture. Finally, 25 years later, LA County, the biggest system in the world, is demonstrating that not only is that true, because I knew it was true because we did the research, but it's now true that the biggest child welfare system in the world could actually do it, and their union staff would actually say they like their jobs. Right? So one story for you in this county is there's no reason to think that any kids involved with your child welfare system are any less likely to have families as the children in Los Angeles have. In fact, because you have so many Native children here, it is more likely that they have families. And they also have a tribal community if they didn't have a family who would claim them anyway. So there's no reason to have a foster care system in this county but for brief emergencies. So you don't have to continue to have this crisis. You might choose to continue to have this crisis, but you don't have to. And there's money available right now from the legislature to pay for an implementation if you want to, but you're going to have to get moving on getting a proposal to Davis to do it. So that's one story. Now that's Los Angeles, just to be clear. We have seen the same kind of impacts in other places. I don't know if you guys know a group of people who are indigenous, who are now finally recognized as indigenous in Canada, but weren't until 2016, and they're called Métis people. Do you guys know what Métis people are? These are people in Canada who, when the British or the French were colonizing what becomes Canada in the late 1500s, they remember that the Europeans had hundreds of years of experience colonizing people before they ever got to North America. They knew how to do it. And they brought a strategy with them to what becomes Canada, the French do, to get hold of the resources of that land from people. And the strategy that they bring creates the Métis people. And the strategy is that the French trappers come and they go looking for indigenous communities across Canada where they can locate them, and they bring stuff with them. They bring stuff to give to the chief and to other senior people, to make their lives easier, but basically to buy a relationship with them. The real goal is to marry the chief's daughter as quickly as possible and produce a child. Because once you've done that, they think, you have the protection of the chief because now you're in the family. And they exploit that kinship relationship. Métis people are the children born from those relationships and their descendants. And so they're typically, most of them are Cree, and their lineage goes back to a Cree nation and to a French parent. And the people, that group of people are not seen by First Nations people as fully First Nations, and they're not seen by white people as fully white. So they had no status in Canada until they won a Supreme Court victory in 2016. What that meant for them was they couldn't own property. I have friends who are Métis, who are my age, who were born on the sides of roads. Because they could not own property, there was only one place they could legally live, and it was on the right-of-way of provincial highways. So for 50 feet on the side of every provincial highway, the government maintained a right-of-way so that they could grow the road in the future. That is the only place Métis people could build a dwelling. They couldn't build a house. They could build something to live in. I have friends who were born, their mothers gave birth to them along those highways. And this was formally true until 2016. And the lineage of Métis people can be quite mixed because subsequently the Métis person may have married a First Nations person and had children. And then the lineage starts to get more and more complex. And you end up with this weird thing that the Canadians do, which is they force Métis people to show their pedigrees like you're breeding racehorses in order to qualify for this thing, right? It's just, I mean, this is... Of course. Yeah, you're just like horses or cows or bird dogs. You got to prove your lineage, right? So you'll recognize the system because we have the same system. Anyway, the Métis people are they're called the Red River Métis in Manitoba as a partner of ours at Pale Blue Dot. And they are demonstrating that they don't need a foster care system for Métis children because we have Métis families for them. And if we gave the money that we give to foster parents to Métis families, shockingly, they would be able to provide for those kids. That kind of thing. So in England, we have a partnership in North Yorkshire, which is in the north of the country. Remember I said outside of London, the rest of England is Alabama. And North Yorkshire is Alabama, with some real rich people in it. Their former prime minister who just got beat in an election is from North Yorkshire, so there's definitely some rich people there, but not a lot of them. But they're showing that they don't need a foster care, they call it a care system. They're demonstrating that they can keep children with their parents, and where they can't keep children with their parents, they can be with their kin. And the national policy of the new government in England is to stand up a kin first system like California. So change is possible is the message I'm bringing to you. Let me show you this video and then I'll bring it all together and we'll move on. This is just a perspective. I just want you to have it rattling around in your heads as we look at the other things we're going to look at today. If I can make it play. Oops, you don't have sound.
Why haven't we moved the needle on global poverty? Because it doesn't work. Because social support in places like Cambodia services...
Let me just restart that.
Traditional charity works. Why haven't we moved the needle on global poverty? Because it doesn't work. Because social support in places like Cambodia, services such as health, education and housing have been privatised by charities and controlled by foreigners. And what happens when foreigners are in control of a country's social welfare? Instead of stopping people falling in the river, they wait till they're already drowning. This is a crisis-driven system. Funds flow downstream, with charities handing out life rafts at the bottom of the waterfall. Why? Because that's what attracts donations. People in crisis pull on donors' heartstrings and give saviours the opportunity to dive in and come to the rescue. The result is an endless tide of need and a river of money that keeps traditional charities in business when their real goal should be to render themselves redundant. The answer is clear. The only way to solve poverty and raise the standard of living is to change the downstream systems that create the problem. We can invest upstream by building high-quality public social services that are controlled by local communities and freely available to everyone. We can stop people falling into crisis in the first place. A way to distinguish between upstream and downstream charities is if they're actively working themselves out of a job. An exit strategy is a clear proclamation that a charity is working upstream to solve the root causes of a problem. Cambodian Children's Trust's exit strategy is our Village Hive project. We have partnered with all 10 communes and 62 villages in Battambang district to build a public social protection system that will be owned and operated by the local community. Over the coming years, we will continue to integrate all the prevention and early intervention programs we were previously running privately into public facilities. By 2032, we will have fully transferred control, handing over the reins for the local community to run independently. In Village Hive communities, the data is already showing an improved standard of living, as well as a significant decrease in domestic violence and child-family separation. By investing upstream, Cambodia will quickly reach the day when it is no longer dependent on charities, because the only way to break the cycle of poverty is to break the cycle of charity.
So obviously the concept here is, as long as you think that the problem is a lack of housing, the big five we looked at yesterday, and as long as you build institutions who are focused on trying to respond to people in that level of distress, you will always have people in that level of distress. The purpose, the money that goes into that system will go into running that system, not fixing the problem. Right? Makes sense, doesn't it? The investment that makes more sense is in and to the community in direct response to what families need. So for example, in this project, in the Cambodian Children's Trust, when there's I'll give you an example. I was, Tara Winkler is the Australian founder of that, and then everyone else in the organization in the founding group are Cambodian from Battambang. So I met Tara. I met a long time ago. So I'll just give you her story. So she graduates high school, and I know this is something we talk about in the US sometimes, but it's much more common outside the US to have something they call a gap year. Have you heard that before? So they finish high school, they don't go directly to college, they take a year off. And Tara comes from a fairly resourced family from a place called Bondi Beach, which is a famous surfing beach in Sydney. And her grandmother is, by the way, this is important in the story, her grandmother is was a Holocaust survivor. So her family was persecuted, and she grew up learning from her grandmother about persecution and oppression, and many of her family ancestors being murdered by the Nazis. And so that's important to understand about her learning before she ever gets out of school and goes into the world. So graduates high school, and her family has a lot of resources. This is how you'll know, is her gap year is a multi-country trip for a year across Southeast Asia with a bunch of friends. Basically a rolling party paid for by rich parents. And so she gets to go to Thailand, and she gets to go to Cambodia and Vietnam and party it up with her friends. And by the time they get to Cambodia, she's sick of partying with their friends. She's had enough. And they keep going, and she decides, I'm just gonna stay in Cambodia for a week and probably nurse my liver back to life. She doesn't know what to do, so she thinks, well, you know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hire a taxi driver and pay him for the day and just have him show me, this Battambang area that she's in over by Thailand. And the taxi driver says to her, well, what would you like? What would you be interested in doing? And he connects to something now in Australia that the Australians call orphanage tourism. Actually, California has this. If you want to, I'll give you the California version, don't do this. But if you're Australian, really don't do this because it's a felony and you go to prison for doing it now because of Tara. If you're wealthy enough in California and you want to give your privileged little white babies a real opportunity to become good people. When their birthday comes up, because you can buy packages to do this, you go down and you meet a really nicely appointed tour bus in Los Angeles with Wi-Fi and gaming consoles, and you bring your rich little kid and all their friends, and instead of throwing a party at your house, you bring a cake and you bring gifts, and you load everybody on the bus, and then they drive you across the border down into the Baja to an orphanage, and you throw a party that allows all the orphan kids to have cake and to get little presents, and while the little rich kids get to pat the little Mexican kids on the head and feel good about themselves. And that's an industry around the world called orphanage tourism. And it happens here in California just the way I described it, and it's not illegal. By the way, most of the kids in those Mexican orphanages, just like Cambodia, are not orphans. The orphanage people went into villages to find and target poor Mexican families and convince them that they could do better for their kids than they could, and they gave them a little bit of money, and they got their kids, and they take them to the orphanage. And they keep them there until they're not cute anymore, and then they kick them out. And Australia today, giving money to an orphanage or going to tour an orphanage is a felony, because they call it modern-day slavery, which is exactly what it is. And they do that because of my friend Tara and her friends in the Cambodian Children's Trust, because Cambodia is obviously a lot closer to Australia than it is for us. We can go to Mexico and do this. Australians have to go to Indonesia, or they have to go, but that's part of this whole network, this whole child welfare network idea. So I was in Sydney. I had been asked by the Australian government to come to Sydney because they continue to have this problem. They had and still do have large numbers of Indigenous kids living in hotels staffed by child welfare people 24 hours a day, because they say they don't have placements for them. And they asked me to run an event, and I ran an event in Sydney for a week. I had 250 child protection people there, and they gave us a list of 200 children living in hotels and my job was to coach them through locating their Indigenous family members. So we did that. Typically, we found hundreds of Indigenous relatives for each of those children, and then contacted them and said, please, we mean it this time, please come to the table. You've got a family member who's in the hotel. I hope you'll forgive us for having, by the way, guess how much they pay agencies to staff one kid in a hotel? $1 million a year per kid. It's good work if you can get it. Speaking of orphanage tourism, there's a kind in Australia that is legal, and it's that. And so I was there, and I had heard that Tara was going to be home because she was getting some healthcare stuff taken care of. And so Tara came. I said, Tara, come, I'm going to do this event. If you got time and you're feeling well enough, come help me. So Tara came over, and the two of us were leading this week of practice. And I asked Tara to share with her Australian neighbors about her work in founding the Children's Trust. And I wanted her to, and she said, well, what do you want me to say? I said, could you just give an example of what courageous practice looks like with a family in distress in your context? And she said, oh, okay, I can do that. And she goes up, and here's her quick story. She said, well, Kevin asked for a courageous story, okay. We got a call at the office from the police that there was a woman, a mother, who was holding her teenage daughter with a knife to her throat, was threatening to cut her throat. And she was surrounded by police officers who had pointed their guns at her. And they said, you better get over here. So we went. Probably a lot of CPS workers haven't had that one yet. And when they get there, fortunately, by the time they get to where the scene is, the police have successfully talked Mom into putting the knife down, so there's no risk of anyone being shot by the cops. But Mom is clearly floridly psychotic and extremely unwell. That's the first thing. The second thing they notice is there's more than one child. There are 8 kids there. They're from very tiny to the teenagers, the oldest, and then the mother. They've been living under scrounged pieces of metal that they found and broken bits of bamboo that they could find, and they've stuck the bamboo in the mud. It's the rainy season, so it's muddy and wet, and they stick the broken bits of bamboo and they string bits of broken metal over the tops just enough that you can sit in the mud underneath the metal, and that's their housing. And there's no food, there's no clothing other than what people have on, and that's their circumstance. And the police expect the Cambodian Children's Trust, which is the local child protection group, to work their magic, which in their mind probably meant sending 8 kids to different foster homes and ignoring Mom and hoping that, here we would lock Mom up. What's your code for, what is it, 5150? Somebody here is dying for someone to get 5150'd, and then the rest of you are scrambling to find beds for 8 kids in a sibling group, right? Anybody ever had that day at work? Yeah, but that's not what they do. And why don't they do it? Well, here's an interesting thing. It's not about belief. They don't have it. It's not an option to wait for somebody to 5150 a parent and take her away, and make the problem disappear. It's not an option to have foster homes enough that you can break up a sibling group. It doesn't exist. You don't get to do that. And so so I ask, as she's telling this story, I didn't ask, she said it, and then I was really intrigued. She then explains, how do you do that intervention? How do you do that? And she says, look, I've been working in Cambodia for 15 years, and I've learned one thing that's absolutely true and is the basis for everything we do. And it's simply this: in every instance, the family holds the solution. In every instance, the family holds the solution. That's what we know. That's how we work. Quite frankly, it's our only option. There isn't a big system to call on. There's no mental health agency. There's no, a local FFA. There's no shelter program in the next county. That doesn't happen. And we don't want to put kids in these orphanages where they're starved and exploited and trafficked out the back door by the owners, which is what happens. And the story here is they're connected. You saw the map. They're connected in all of those villages and communes in that region. And it doesn't take them long to figure out who the relatives are for this mother and for those children, and to urgently communicate to them there's an emergency here and tell them what's happened. And more than just do that, to tell them and because they have a reputation for helping people actually, to say, please come and we'll help. What does help look like? Remember the housing situation? They don't run and start negotiating with the landlord on Mom's behalf, even if it were possible. That what they recognize is what Mom and her kids need is their own house. They don't need a rental house. They need a piece of land and they need a house on it. And so the community's responsibility is to get a piece of land and to build a house. And which house do they build? The one that the children and the mother, when she's able, tell them that they need. And once you've done that, what else do you need? You need an income. So what they recognize with this mom and their kids is unless they find a way either in that household or in some other way to earn an income, to generate revenue, they can't sustain that housing arrangement, even though they have a house. And they're not likely to sustain their mental health or their physical health or safety either. And so the big project of that intervention is an economic project. And what they do is every family gets seen as an enterprise. Every family's an enterprise. They pay attention to one other really interesting thing. They pay attention to the relationship between that family and their neighbors. Any of you ever had neighbors you wish you didn't have? Or if they wish you weren't their neighbor? That relationship between these families and their neighbors matters over time as part of a measure of health. And by the way, they don't take on the responsibility of getting neighbors to like you who don't like you. What they take on is responsibility that there's something as neighbors that you could appreciate about these people even if you don't like them. They raise the best eggs in the village. They create the best whatever the product is as a family. There's something that family does that is not only about generating revenue, but generates a level of respect from their neighbors and their community. That you're valued for something that you do. You're a good fisherman, you're a good hunter, you're a good provider, you're a good singer. You're valued somehow, not liked. Valued. They pay attention to this. That's a funny word for that. It's called social work. Social workers are working on things like that, not on parenting assessments, not on drug and alcohol assessments, even though there are people who are struggling as parents and people who are struggling with addictions. Those are health problems, not policing problems. People have a universal right to health care, not a universal right to being locked up or having their kids taken from them. I just want you to imagine that actually exists in the world. It exists in multiple places in the world. They not only do this in Cambodia, they do this in Nepal, in Tibet. We can organize lots of different ways about how we respond to what's happening in the community. To be fair, the cost of building a house in Cambodia is very different than the cost of building a house here. But it's also true that we're the richest country in the world. And you're in the 5th richest place in the world. It's called California. 5th largest economy on the planet. It's not a question of whether we could have housing for everyone. It's a question about whether we want to have housing for everyone. And that is not only a national question, it is also a local question. The decision in Cambodia, one last bit of funny part of the story, when they first started out, they do work with the Cambodian government and the police. The conversation that was happening in Cambodia was maybe we need a national child welfare framework. By the way, they have a very strong commitment to child development. So Jack Schoenkoff's their best friend, Bruce Perry, all the people I've talked about, also friendly there. They really look at child development to be informed about why are these strategies important? It's informed by that science. It's because we want the next generations of Cambodian children in our villages to live better than we have lived. Because that's what adults are made to do, is to set our kids to live better than we have lived, not worse, right? Anyway, I was going to say something, but I forgot it. So what I want to do, I want to just set the stage. So we've got examples, as I've said, we have domestic examples, we have international examples, they can look different. And one of the key things that I would tell you is in the work Elizabeth and I do with governments, small and big, is that where we see impact, remember I said that the problems look the same, but I'm going to tell you the solutions look different. Because solutions are different because they're created locally. They're not created someplace else and brought here. They're created here around the values of the people who live here, using the resources that the people who live here have. And I just want to show you something, and then we'll get into more practical. I had this slide up earlier. I wanted the Hegel quote, "We learn from history that we do not learn from history." That's the truth of it is, even though I tell history stories because I like history, I know the Hegel quote, we don't learn from history, we keep repeating the same things over and over again until we stop. But I want to give you a simple way to begin to think differently. And I apologize, when I tried to move this slide, it changed the colors and it's hard to read, so I'll read it for you. It says on the top, from systems and services as solution to communities and people as solution. So let me give you an insight as you move forward in your careers and at your agencies and organizations and partnerships. Let me talk about a different way to understand what you're up against with the systems you've got. And this is informed by, not by academics, but it is informed by research. But the research is, and I'll be sending you materials so you can read this. It's an ebook, and it has a fun title. And the title is A Time to Listen. And what are they listening to? The time is to listen to people on the receiving end of welfare services, not the deliverers of welfare services. To actually listen to real people who experience welfare systems. And this is an ebook of a study that lasted over 5 years' time. It involved about 5,000 people from 100 countries. And all of these 5,000 people had in common was they were facing some kind of hardship, and they ended up receiving some kind of welfare or social service intervention wherever they were. It may have been caused by civil unrest, by war, by disaster, by genocide. There are all kinds of reasons. Economic collapse in Argentina, for example. But whatever it was, the result was there were 5,000 people who ended up getting some kind of services from a social service agency or government. And the design of the research is what we call participatory method approach, or participatory learning and action approach, is they recognize that one of the possibilities of what can go wrong in doing research with people is that people don't trust you enough to tell you what's really going on. Could you imagine? And so one of their strategies to try to improve the accuracy of the data is the same researcher would, let's say you were agreed to this process. This is, now you won't want to do it when I tell you what it is that I get to live with you for a week, and I do that 1 week a year for 5 years on the same week every year. So that's a big commitment. But the belief is, because you and I get to know each other and your family over 5 years, and I live with you and I go through what you go through, that it's more likely that you'll be able to feel safe enough with me to actually talk about how it really works. And so that's the design of this study, and this is what they learn. And this is when you learn, as I did about you yesterday, how incredibly insightful local people are. So here's the big takeaway, looking at the data from 5,000 people in 100 countries who got social services. And what they described will make perfect sense to you. That and I told you yesterday partially why this is, but they all got the same thing, in the sense that they all were on the receiving end of what we call a needs and services design system. Do those words sound familiar to you? a needs and services design system. Needs are defined as things people do not have. Okay? So when you build a needs and services design system, people in the system will encounter you and they will look at you for what you do not have. We call that an assessment. And then we will look to the things in the assessment that you do not have, and we will train our staff to connect you to the service that we do have that's as close as possible to the thing that's missing from your life. Whether it would help you or not, by the way. So that's what we think of as what we call a needs and services design system. It is the system you have, isn't it? We qualify or we don't qualify people on whether they are missing enough stuff or missing the right kind of stuff. And then when we do qualify them, we look to the models or programs that we have to offer, regardless of what the family would say. Does that sound right to you? Right, that's the Beveridge model in the present form. So what did people say to the researchers about this? They said their experience had been, and some of you may be able to relate to this personally, had been that when they receive services from a needs and services design system, they become very quickly, they are turned into, from people, they are turned into objects. They're not people anymore. They're an object. They're not seen as human anymore. They're seen, why aren't they seen as human anymore? Because people are being evil? No. Because of the needs part of it. They're looked at for what they do not have, not what they do have. And so once you've been determined to not have something through an assessment and you qualify for services, you're no longer a person. You're a project. And so what is the alternative to, they said, to a needs and services design system? They said, collectively, they said, we would welcome help of a particular kind. And that is, we understand what our problems are. We can develop a vision on how to address the problem. And if you want to help us do the thing that we've invented to do, you are welcome. But if you're coming here to tell us what our problems are, what you think our solutions are, no thank you. That's their insight. They're saying we would value services if those services were in support of what we think needs to be done and how we think it should be done. It's a rocket science, isn't it? People are seen in that environment not for what is missing, but for what their capabilities are. One last bit to this technical piece, then we'll take a break and then we'll work and apply these things in real life. Capabilities. We call this a capabilities framework right here. So we say from systems and services to communities and people, we move from a judicial and rights-based lens to a capability and health perspective. From there, this is the thing we're beginning to do together, an individual knowing to collective naming to public reckoning. You want to know what your next step is? It's in the middle. I'm clear you have an individual knowing. You understand. I heard that very clearly in great detail, both from the standpoint of your service to people and for some of you, your personal experiences. You understand. Now we've got to move to a collective naming. What is it that we understand? With Board of Supervisors, with others. What is it that we understand that is happening in our county, happening to our people? What are we facing? Everyday people are facing, not just the most vulnerable. And then ultimately to a public reckoning. That's the political action, which is the public reckoning is with elected officials. Either you align to what this community is telling you, or we will get people in your offices who will. That's called an election. Whether that is a tribal election or whether it is a county government election, you decide. And from there, we began to wreath the people who want to be in service in their community, take a new position. Moving from where you've been, what you know how to do is, I'll stand it. Here's the idea of the thing you did yesterday, the drawing. We call that mindful positioning. Here's the point about mindful for positioning. Remember, I asked, am I or is my organization standing in the place where I can do the most good? Which means you have to start by looking at where you're standing and how it's going. But here's the option. In an ideal world, which we do not live in, presumably, there's a 360-degree option about where you get to stand. Right now, we're here. But maybe having looked at whether we're having the impact we want to have, we've decided, having worked with our partners, looked at it together, welcomed multiple stories, that in fact my organization would be better placed standing here, doing this instead of doing that. To become mindful of this. You know, the opportunity in service to people is we don't go home with them. So I get to come to work every day and I get the privilege of choosing where I stand in relationship to my work. People living on the receiving end do not get that choice. So I should have, if there's anyone in the story who's in the best position to change what they're doing, it's not your client, it's you. Because you just go home at the end of the day. You're welcome, go get your rest, you earned it. But have the flexibility to recognize that it's not just about showing up and doing the thing, it's about having impact when you do things. And you may not be in the position to have the impact that you want to be having. Does that make sense to you? The idea of this is to try to understand, where am I positioned? Where are you positioned? Where are we positioned? How is it working? What could we do differently? How might we stand differently? Including, by the way, standing with people in need rather than against people in need. Does that make sense? So we need to learn to see people, neighborhoods, and communities through a lens of what we call of assets, not problems. And I'll wrap up here. The shift here, first of all, capabilities. This is what we call a capabilities approach. But there's a secret part to understanding a capabilities approach that's really important for you to hear from me. And this comes from a guy by the name of Amartya Sen. Sen won, I think, the 2008 Nobel Prize in Economics. So he's an Indian economist. And Sen grew up, he's probably 90 now. He's way up there. Still out talking to people. And Sen grew up in an advantaged Indian family in what at the time was India, was now Pakistan. And his dad was a university president, so he was privileged because he grew up in an amazing amount of poverty, but his family was protected from poverty because they lived on university campuses, and his dad was a respected professor, and so he grows up in privilege. But as he's growing up, something happens, which is a famine happens in India that was created by the English. About 6 million people starved to death. 6 million fellow Indian people starved to death because the English make a political decision that kills them. And he watches it. And you could imagine, as a young person, you're not going to be unscarred by this. And it's why he becomes an economist, and it's where he focuses his work as an economist. So what does he do? He writes a book ultimately about famines. He wants to become an expert on famines. So he studies famines. And one of the things you study is how many people died in famines or how many people didn't die in famines. And the big question is, why? Why is it that there were famines like the one he saw as a child where 6 million people died? And why is it that there are other famines where almost nobody died? And he comes up with an answer to the question. And the answer to the question is, in all the famines that he looked at, food was actually available to people within a distance they could have walked to. And in the famines where almost nobody died, that's exactly what happened. People picked up their stuff, and you've seen this on TV, and they walk in multitudes for days in hard conditions, and they get somewhere where there's food, and they're able to get that food, and they survive, and they go on with life. In the famines where millions of people died, something else happened. The food was there, but they didn't have the freedom to get to it. The government or some group gave them a choice. You can start walking toward that food, but I'm going to shoot you in the head. Or you can stay here and hope that this goes away. But you don't get food. If you leave, you get killed. So what is the connection between that story and the capabilities model? And you will recognize this in your everyday experience in your work. And that is, how often have you heard someone say, why won't she just? Why can't he do this? She's as capable as I am, and I go to work every day. Have you heard any of these? And what you're saying is the first part of a capabilities viewpoint. I can see that you're able-bodied enough that you could be working. That could be true. But what Sen says, and this is what he wins the Nobel Prize for, is there's what people have the ability to do, and then there's what people have the freedom to do. And the piece we don't look at is freedoms. We don't look at whether people, in fact, have the freedom to do things. I could get housing. I don't have the freedom to do it. Let me define, in a hyper-capitalist society, what freedom is. It includes money. We have turned freedom into cash and into assets. The measure of your freedoms is what is in your bank account, what is in your paycheck. And we ignore that as a source of freedom. Why can't she and he just get their shit together and get housing? They clearly have the capability to do this. But we ignore, do they in fact have the freedoms to do that? Consider impacts of racism on freedoms. Consider impacts of inequalities on freedoms. It's not just about cash. It's about social mobility. Does that make sense? You might have the physical capacity to do something, but do you in fact have the freedom to do it? What the Cambodian Children's Trust did was say, if freedom is resources, the community can give that, which then connects to people's capacity to do the things they might do. If you want to see people, now someone brought up a good example, I think, in Indian country that we've seen over some decades, including where I live, is some concern where we've seen some tribes be able to generate some wealth through their gaming industry. And we start seeing people getting per diem checks, and we start talking about, well, why, should we be giving per diem checks because this guy's just drinking it? Have you heard that one before? And that might be true. But what we know is if you stand back and look at these tribes and all of the members in it who have benefited in this way, on the balance, the majority of members of those nations are doing better with those checks than they were doing without them. And moreover, their kids do better than they did as kids. And yes, there are also some people who are in a deep place of struggle and are using substances or doing other self-defeating things or neglecting their kids or whatever it might be. Though you've got to welcome the complexity here that both things can be true at the same time. So we pay respects to the facts that these opportunities for tribes are raising the standard of living for most members, because that is a success story. But we also need to look at why is it, even with that support, that some of our members are not doing well. That gets to a health story. And you can see kind of a little example here about if you compare the two, a needs-based system focuses on deficiencies. People are consumers of services, not people. Community members observe as issues are being addressed. In other words, the community is not engaged. The community looks to the service provider organizations to solve the problem. Do you think that happens here? It's literally designed that way. It doesn't mobilize the community. The community doesn't feel any responsibility for this because they have you. If you're failing, if you're seen as a failure, fix the problem of being a failing agency, not the problem of people who receive services from the agency. Does that make sense? So you think about my experience with child welfare, we seem almost decadally to get into crises in systems. I don't know if you've noticed that in your career. We tend to cycle in and out of hard times for all kinds of, some of it's us and some of it's the economy and other things, drug addiction, waves, all kinds of things. But what happens is the community and politicians and the media don't look at the problems in families that bring you to the agency. They look to the agency to fix their own problems, so they want reform. But what it results in is the community is not engaged. They don't feel any responsibility for any level of ownership over the problem because they have you guys. They have you to fix it. And if you're not fixing it, you need to fix yourselves, is what they're asking. On an asset-based community, the focus is not on deficiencies, but effectiveness. What works? Let's focus on what's working. People are always seen as producers, not recipients. So people I like, that's asset-based community language. Liz and I often talk about it a little differently. We talk about people being authors and architects. That people are the authors and architects of their lives. And that's a central truth. Now, if I meet someone who's unhoused and in distress, they are still the authors and architects of their lives. They're not a recipient of services. They're not an object. They're a producer. They're producing their survival every day. Does that make sense? Do you see the shift? Community members participate and are empowered. The community is part of the response, holds a sense of responsibility, and are supported by government with the resources to actually do things. We're not just taking things from taxpayers. We're asking them to be engaged, but we're also making sure that they have access to resources, public goods, to be able to meaningfully respond to what's happening in the community. So we call it an asset-based community development framework. The creator of that, John McKnight, just passed away 2 weeks ago. He's 92. He had a good long life. I'll just finish with the story from John, just to honor him and his life. John, among other things, was an avid fisherman. And he worked around the world, so he traveled a lot. He went to Ireland a lot, where our colleague and his partner, Cormac Russell, lives in Dublin. So he'd go to Ireland a lot. And the story McKnight tells that gives you an insight into what underpins asset-based community development is a story about him. He's working in Ireland in a rural part of the country, and it's a weekend, so he's got a few days off, and he always travels with a telescoping fishing rod because he likes to fish when he can. And he's in a village, prehistoric, or not prehistoric, but very ancient village, very small in a rural place, and there's a beautiful lake there. And he thinks, hey, Saturday I'm going to go fishing. His problem is he doesn't have any bait. So he walks into the village, and this village is so small that the only store in town is also the post office and is also the what they would call the pub, and it's run by an old guy who does it all. And so John says he's walking up to this stone building, and there are two stones on either side of the door, big stones set in the ground, and they've been painted white, and they framed the door. And so he happens to notice this because it's very visible. And he walks in the store to the Irish barkeeper, postmaster, and grocer, and he says, "Hey, I'd like to go fishing in the lake. Do you have any bait?" And the old man says, "Bait? What are you talking about?" And John says, "Well, I want to go fishing. I'd like to get some bait, something like worms." "Oh, you'd like worms to go fishing with?" And John says, "Yes." "Do you have any?" He goes, "Did you see those two big white rocks when you walked in the store?" And John said, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, I painted those. And what I want you to do is I want you to go out there and I want you to turn them over, and you'll find all the bait that you need." And his point about the difference between these two things in more complex thinking is that we've all been taught to go to the marketplace to solve problems, not to look at what we actually have in the community to solve problems. We have everything we need, or we might. And that's the key asset-based community development question, which is, how would you know what your community needs if you don't know what your community has? And I would say the same thing when you're working with an individual or family. How would you know what a family needs if you don't know what they have? How would you know what a person who's unhoused right now needs if you don't know what they have? It's that useful to think about that, okay? So what I want to do is, if you're at a table with someone else, what I'd like you to do is, if you don't already have it, is get a clean piece of paper. And I want to show you a way to think about health and to do a comprehensive health assessment. I'll call it that. You'll see what it is. We call it, and I mentioned it yesterday, and it's something that we call a formulation exercise. So be at a table with someone else. If you want to be by yourself, you can. It's up to you. Misery's optional, my only rule in training. Get a piece of paper. It could be a big piece of paper. It could be one of these nice colored decorative ones. It's up to you. And we'll get started. I'm going to see if Liz emailed me this today. Let me get it real quick. I want to take all this and now actually show you how it could work. That's weird. Sorry, I'm not finding that email. All right, well, I'll just do it from memory, and if I have to, I'll look. So I'm going to use a big piece of paper here. Here's what I'd like you to do at your table. First, we're just going to go through this. First thing, and I'm going to try to move you along and try to get as much of this done before lunch as we can. So the first thing I want you to do at your table is you could do this. This works either way. You could think of a person or family that one of you knows that fits either of these descriptions. That is a person or family that you're really proud of how life is going. Life is going really well. I want you to see what happens when you use this exercise and you're looking at a person or family where things are going really well. I want you to watch what happens in the information that we're going to pull from your memory. So you could choose someone who's doing really well, or my preference personally is if you're really, really worried about somebody right now, do them, because this may be actually helpful to you. So you could do either, you pick someone whose life's going really well, or pick someone you're really, really worried about. At least one at a table, or each of you can do your own, it's up to you. All I'm going to do is ask you a series of questions and ask you to answer the questions. Here's what I want you to understand. Whatever you know is good enough. You don't have to have exhaustive, detailed information. If you work in a system that has an electronic record and you've got a device that allows you to get in their file, don't do that. Just keep this at a high level and just answer the questions if you think you've got an answer. And if you don't have an answer, just don't answer it. It's fine. Let me explain what a formulation tries to do. We're trying to get away from the stories that we tell about people. So when I saw your face when I said someone you're really worried about, I'm sure there's a story that you have and people have told you as well. We don't want to look at these people through the story that we've been told. We want to look more objectively. And so what we're really going to do is I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and all they are data points. No one of these questions is deeply meaningful. What we're looking for is the collective meaning of the answers to all the questions, and we call that a formulation. Formulation, just for those who might be interested, I know one person in the room at least is trained as a therapist, is formulation originally is how psychiatrists and psychologists are trained in their work in mental health and the way that they practice in mental health before the DSM-3. And when they thought that people's histories were really important, remember I said the DSM-3 said they were agnostic about history. Prior to that, formulations thought the histories were really, really important. Knowing what people had been through was really important. And that's why we're using a formulation, is we're going to not use the DSM. We're going to actually believe that what people have been through, including the assets they have developed, are really, really important. And so we're going to be looking at this through a lens of what we call formulation. First question is a very straightforward one. I would just suggest using either a name you make up or just using initials. And in the upper left-hand corner, just put a name you make up or initials as an identifier. The person whose name or identifier I want you to use is the person you're most worried for. So if it's a family and there's a particular person you're most concerned about, they're a proxy. Use them as the example. If the person or family is doing really well, pick the person that's a good example of that and focus on them. The second question on the same line is, how old is that person? And I want to mention, especially because we have our friends and we're hosted by our friends from First Five, that there's a reason why I'm asking about their age, and it could be an adult as well. I want to try to understand, generally speaking, by their age, what their development might be. So the age gives me a clue about what I might expect, generally speaking, about their development. So age. Next to age, I want you to put gender, and the answer to this question is whatever the person would say. So how do they identify? Okay? Name, age, gender, and then culturally, how do they identify? Not how you think what their culture is, what would they want to be known as. So that might mean that they associate proudly with the name of their tribe. It might be that they associate with some other way of identifying in their culture. So what is that? So put culture or ethnicity next to that. So we've got, these are what we call the beginning of demographic questions, right? The next question is, what is their living arrangement? So are they living with their family? Are they living alone in an apartment? Are they in a program? Are they unhoused? Are they in the hospital? Are they in the jail? What setting are they in right now is the first question. And the second related question is, how long will they be there? So I want to have this is a little saying we use, don't be doing therapy on the lawn while the house is burning down. So in other words, if there's something urgent happening around their accommodation, we need to know, because we want to pay attention to people being sheltered. So what's happening with their arrangement? Don't tell me what you hope for, tell me what is actually going to happen. I'm not asking you to be hopeful, I'm asking you to be predictive. The best way to predict what might happen to their living arrangement is what's happened to their prior living arrangements. So the person you were thinking about, what's their living arrangement?
Foster care.
Couldn't hear you.
Foster care.
Foster care, and how long have they been in the placement?
This time, like 2 weeks.
2 weeks. And given their past experience, how long do you expect them to stay in this placement?
At least 6 months or more.
So something's changed so that they are not going anywhere this time. Okay. It's not about arguing, and we're not looking for bad news. We're looking for objective data, right? If you had said another 2 weeks, then we need to turn our attention to the placement arrangement because it's very tenuous. But if you think it's 6 months or longer, then we don't have to be concerned around that at the moment, right? That's all we're looking for. So it's just a data point. So living arrangement, how long? The next one's related to that. I'll ask you again, how many different placements has this person experienced in their family and in the system?
Well, 3 returned placements and 1 move.
You what?
3 returned placements, like returned to the same person, and then 1 move.
I'm not sure if I'm following that.
Okay. How many placements has she had?
Yeah, in her life.
So she's on her 4th.
On her 4th, including the counting living with their parent?
So she's been removed 3 times.
Yep.
And then 3 times to the same foster family, and then a new foster family now.
All right. So I'm thinking, now this is a child development question. This is really looking at stress exposure that children, so that's the context that I should have mentioned. Do you see what I'm doing? It's not to me, I realize that when we count placements for children, it's a strength if we've been able to stay with the same foster parent each time. We would consider that to be good practice, right? And I agree with that. I think that's good practice. But looking from a development standpoint, that's probably been a very distressing experience for the young person. Is that right? So that's what I'm looking for. And how old is the young person? She's 2. So this is, the first 1,000 days kind of problem we have, right? It's probably a time when she would be at her most sensitive to distress and where that distress might potentially create the biggest problems from a developmental standpoint. By the way, the biggest problem is largely unseen in that age group, and it's learning disabilities. So hearing loss, vision acuity problems, receptive and expressive communication problems, you won't see them usually in that group. Where you'll see them is when they start school. But because of the age you're talking about, there's a lot of room to do good work to support that child. Yeah?
Do we count 5150 holds?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I would. It's just, remember, the idea here is think about the body, think about development, think about the embodied distress associated with this person's experience. What we're beginning to show you here is something you've heard about before, and we're starting to see it get discussed in the last 5 years related to child protection and children's mental health in an exciting way, which is something called precision medicine. we stop looking at the group and we start looking at the person. And we really want to understand what these things mean for this person generally. Remember, if we talk about aging out, right, we talk about a whole set of negative outcomes for people, quote unquote, who age out. Actually, if you look at the data, it's not that clear. It's a very complex experience. There are some people who do quite well. Some people who do pretty well, they just do it later. And then some people who do extremely poorly. And and that's the group that's really taught us that we need to start paying individually attention to the individual and how they experience what they've happened, not what it means for the group. And so what we're working on with this formulation is a precision viewpoint that looks at this person's experience, not other people's experiences. What does it mean for this person? Well, how do they make meaning of it, by the way? Matters. So that's why we're doing it. Whether it's 5150s or that, what we're looking at is how much instability, at what ages, and for how long. And we want to be thinking about what might that mean in terms of this person's development. From the Bucharest study is a study of Romanian orphans. Remember when there was a big thing happening around Romania putting orphanages on every corner? And the Bucharest study is an American-authored study that is continuing that follows 3 groups of Romanian kids. Kids who stayed in the orphanages and grew up, to this day, are now adults, still following them. Kids who the researchers took out of the orphanages before they were 3-year-olds and put into foster care. And then kids who stayed with their parents. So there's 3 cohorts. And they found that if they got kids out of the orphanages before they were about 27 to 28 months old, those kids had significant bounce back, we call it. If they waited until they were past 3, there wasn't much bounce back. They came up with a diagnosis for some of those kids called pseudo-autism. So these kids end up looking like they're on the spectrum, but they don't classically have autism. What they have are developmental delays associated with neglect in their developmental. And so what we learned is if you got kids out of there before their 28th month, you could largely reverse most of the negative impacts on them. But if you got them out after that, then we started dealing with more and more enduring consequences. So when I hear 2-year-olds, I like that age because it means you've got an opportunity to do some real work with that kid and help with them with developmental catch-up and being protective of their development as it unfolds. Living arrangements, how long, how many? Okay, let's try another one. Safety worries, if any. And here's what we're practicing here is we're practicing what lawyers call foreseeability. We're going to predict the future a little bit. What I want you to think about is what's this biggest, if any, there may be none, and none is a fine answer, what's the biggest safety concern that for the person you're thinking about? So the 5150 situation you mentioned, what would you say the biggest safety concern is? I assume it's some kind of self-harming?
They have a traumatic brain injury.
Uh-huh.
So they're impulsive, and then they dip and feel sad, and then they call the police to saying they don't want to be where they are anymore, and then they get 5150'd, and then the system takes over.
Okay. Is there a physical safety concern in addition?
At times.
Which would be?
Laying under trucks, cutting,
Okay.
running into the street.
Yeah, those are very specific and very dangerous things, right? Running into traffic, being under the wheels of a vehicle, or self-harming. So we want to, and here's the second part. When is the last time one of those things happened?
The 5150 or?
The risk-taking behavior. Okay, and here's the fun one. Tell me when it's happening again.
Probably a month from now.
A month. So do you see what she just did? She named, using plain language, you named the concern. That's important. If you're working with the family, using plain language. 5150, I mean, some of them were probably, who was the band I'm thinking about? Van Halen fans? But if you're talking to a grandparent, running in front of cars will get their attention. And they know what that means, and they can appreciate how urgent that is. So using plain language to name the risk. When did it happen last? When's it happening again? And the goal of doing this is prevention, isn't it? It's gonna give us what we call a working time frame to try to get underneath the distress that this person's feeling, such they might be more safe for a longer period of time. Maybe not permanently, but maybe we can turn a month into 3 months, which would be a blessing. That kind of thing. Does that make sense? Just very straightforward. So safety worries, when last, when next. We're talking about children, but I hope some of you were picked an adult to think about. These are relatable. Let's see, how about this one? How many days, weeks, months, or years has the person had the government in their life? Probation, mental health, child welfare, disability services, tribal involvement? How many days, weeks, months, or years with government intervention in their life? So again, think about why I'm asking you that question. I'm looking at it from a developmental standpoint. How much distress, how much uncertainty, how much deprivation might the person have experienced, for how long, in what age groups? So you talk about child development. One thing it gets a little technical, we think about sometimes, and like your little kid would be an example, we talk about critical and subcritical periods of development. What we want to know is how much disruption to how many critical and subcritical periods, because if we know that, we can actually make good predictions about what happens to people. We actually can predict pretty strongly based on research. This research was done in, I was going to say California, but it was actually Chicago and Illinois. But we have data now where we can look at the early experiences of people involved with the child welfare system and match the data to what ends up happening to them by the time they're 26-year-olds. And it turns out they fall into groups based on what the early experience is. What does that mean? It means that if you look at a group of kids who've had a lot of distress in their lives, who may be involved with the system, that you can tell who is going to end up in the institution a decade before it happens. And you can also tell who is not going to end up in the institution a decade before it happens, most often. Why would that be important? It means you get the right services to the right people at the right time. You don't want to be doing intensive mental health work with a kid who wouldn't need it. In other words, exposing them to therapies that are only going to teach them to not benefit from it. And unfortunately, too often, we also expose these people to psychoactive substances that have all kinds of other harmful effects. So it's useful to be able to predict who's going to likely be in which group if you just know what happened to them in the first 3 to 5 years of their life. So I've got 3 studies from 3 different folks you can read about that. It's really fascinating. Again, that notion of precision medicine. So we don't treat all kids the same way. We treat kids like individuals. And we look at their experiences in their context, and we apply something we call a life course health trajectory theory. We look decades into the future about what we could expect to happen. And here's the point. If you look decades into the future around disrupted development and you don't like what you see, the opportunity for the intervention is now. The opportunity is not to wait. You do the work that child needs now, because you can alter health trajectories in humans. And that's our opportunity. Let's just go with that on that particular list. Now let's look at adversities, generally speaking. First adversity we're going to look at is, in no particular order, is loneliness. So I'm going to give you a forced, what researchers call forced choices. You get 3, you got to pick one of these 3 options, thinking about the person you're worried for. And the first is not lonely. What do we mean? It means when you look at that person and their age and their group, and you think about their social and other relationships in their lives, they look typical and healthy to other people in that group. So we'd say they're not lonely. The second option you have is somewhat lonely. We look at their social relationships and we would say there are definite strengths, but there might be something missing. I'll tell you a common one for young people involved with the child welfare system: not having friends. Their experience in care is often they're so isolated that friendships are really severely affected, and they miss out on these incredible learning opportunities that friendships bring to us that are a critical part of our development as humans. And so maybe they're somewhat lonely. Here's a common one that we hear. Does better with adults than children. Have you heard that one? That would be potentially an example of someone who's somewhat lonely. They do actually quite well with some adults in their lives, but they're not doing well with people in their own age group. That we might call somewhat. And then extremely lonely. When you look at their social experiences, they're extremely different from typical and healthy people in their group. So which is it? Are they not lonely? Are they somewhat lonely? Are they extremely lonely? The next one that we'll do the next one that we're going to do is stress. Now, you will be familiar with the term because you heard it from Jack Schoenkoff. The term was toxic stress. You remember during his testimony, he was talking about something called toxic stress. And Jack is a pediatrician, and he was talking about kids. But some folks who've been around the child development world will make the mistake of thinking about toxic stress as a childhood experience. It's a human experience. It's just that when children experience toxic stress, it has different importance because of child development. Because the problem with toxic stress is it interrupts or disrupts normative development. So remember I mentioned critical and subcritical periods. If you have a young child who would within 1,000 days, right? If you have that child and they're hanging toxic stress, their development is just entirely disrupted. And that's really dangerous. And I don't know this to be true, but the young person you were talking about with the 5150s, just from the brief description you made, my head would begin to wonder what the first 1,000 days look like for that person. Because that kind of in-body distress, that inability to regulate, would argue for a big change in the stress response system and brain architecture that probably actually happened during the first 1,000 days. And problem with critical and subcritical periods is once you pass through those periods, you can't go back and redo them. And it means not that you can't live or be okay, it means you will live differently. your capabilities will be altered substantially and probably to some degree indefinitely. And the big one is your ability to regulate your distress in your body and your brain. And so you're literally at your best when things are at their worst. And so you'll see people develop a way of being in the world where they're everywhere they go, somehow stress and distress becomes created in the environment around them. And that may be an indication of changes in the body and brain, the super system that had to do with early life exposures that were unmitigated. We call that toxic stress. And because it has such severe consequences across the life course, we have to treat it like an emergency. So let me explain. There are 3 kinds of stress. You get to pick one of them, just like the last time, which is healthy stress, tolerable stress, or toxic stress. So healthy stress would be a child who has strong relationships with a consistent adult or more than one adult in their life, firstly. And the second part is that relationship, that adult supports that child to make as many choices and have control over their life as is developmentally appropriate. So if you say, what would you like to have dinner? Do you want to do this next week? Even though you could do all these decisions for the kid, you're doing the things we'd expect parents and other caregivers to do and just saying, hey, what do you think? What should we do? How do we want to use this time? Does that make sense? This critical to understanding how to address toxic stress exposures in people, to understand that there's a relational component to it and there is a power component to it. And so healthy stress, that key strong set of relationships, and that they have agency. They feel like they have some control over what's happening. If you get that, we call that healthy stress. That means your grandma passes away, but you're okay because you've got that strong relationship in your life and they're attuning to you around choices. You know, we've got the funeral coming up. Maybe I was wondering if you'd be like to create something to share at the funeral with the family about how something you loved about your grandparent, including them in the traditions, including them if you're Native, you might be including them in ceremony appropriate to their age and development. You got it, right? Tolerable stress. At least one relationship with the responsive, attuned adult, here's the key one, that you expect to be in your life for the future. This is where you run into a problem with foster care. Because you can have, and we do have, strong, committed foster carers who work carefully with children, but they are temporary in their life. Here's the problem. The kid knows the difference. It's not reassuring because they're always worried about losing them. Because that's what they've either had that experience or they know other kids having that experience. So the problem is that's not a tolerable stress situation. Keeping a kid connected to somebody. And the second part, again, is they feel some control over what's happening. Okay, so it's not a lot different from healthy stress. The difference is there's one adult. The healthy stress kids, it's usually more than one adult. How many of you have children in your lives who had an absolute favorite teacher in grade school? Or a child care provider who they loved, loved them. That person and you put that kid in the healthy stress category. Okay? Or a grandparent who looked after you when your parents were at work. Toxic stress, a repeated, severe, or prolonged experience of stress without even one relationship that's attuned, responsive, and you expect to be there into the future. That is what, and you have no control. The classic experience when we relate that to the child welfare system for kids is there's a particular thing that many will miss out on that contribute to toxic stress. And that is because they have no agency, no sense of control, and they are clearly in distress, there's another problem. The problem is they're not in a position to be reassured that it won't always be this way. That as they look to the future, there's no adults giving them cues that even though things are hard right now, they won't always be this way. That persistent support from an adult, one of those crucial things adults can do for any child or for each other during hard times, is say, I know it's hard. I know it, and I'm sorry, but I want you to know I'm not going anywhere, and it's not always going to be this way. Let's work on this, or let's do that together. Starting move to action. That creates that tolerable stress experience that allows a kid to be involved with the foster care system and to be okay while the adults do the work that they need to be doing. Does that make sense? You can get to that's the key to this one, is you want to, first of all, you want to identify, is the person you're thinking about right now experiencing toxic stress exposure? If they are, I would argue with you that that is a emergency room level problem that needs immediate attention. One of the best first things you can do with someone who's in a toxic stress circumstance, because you can't be certain that you can quickly solve the relational problems that they have, because they may be very complicated. The thing you can do is be actively giving them a sense of power. Just change the power dynamic in the relationship with them. Whoever you are, you're their caseworker, you're their foster parent, or you're their grandparent, change their sense of control, increase their sense of control over what's happening. That give them more opportunities to say something and do something in response to what is happening. And you can very quickly move somebody from toxic stress to tolerable stress by just changing the power dynamic, at least initially. So I'm curious, did anybody have toxic stress as the person? You did, and you did. So think about opportunities to change the power experience of that person. We'll finish after lunch today with something called Power Threat Meaning Framework, and it'll give you something specifically you can do to help. Why does this matter? It is. You heard Jack on the video with the kids who were separated at the border. They were placed immediately into a position of toxic stress exposure. And the problem is they stayed in that position of toxic stress exposure, if not for weeks, certainly months, and for some of them years. And remember the metaphor that he used, it's like a house fire, and stopping their parents from getting to those kids is like blocking the first responders. So what is he saying to you? He's saying something you really have to pay attention to. You can have kids who are hanging toxic stress, and you may not see much of a problem with them. They may be coping okay with that toxic stress exposure. We call these, sometimes in child welfare we use a little bumper sticker called the dreaded stable placement. And that's where you worry that you're going to get a certain group of kids whose stress adaptation is what we call fawning. So you've heard about fight, flight, and freeze. We don't talk enough about fawn. And you know, fawn, like a little deer. They're so cute, you don't want to do anything to them. That's a really effective adaptation for a traumatized person, is to learn really quickly how to be fawning. In other words, to be so attentive and responsive to what people expect from you that they're not likely to hurt you. And the fawning kids are the ones that end up often in this dreaded stable placement situation. The fact that you don't see that toxic stress impact on their health at that point does not mean it's not coming. It just means they have enough resilience that you haven't seen it yet. What is by the way, let me define resilience beyond the political definition we have of it. It's got a very simple definition: a good outcome in spite of hardship. So you see people who seem to do really well, even though you see a lot of hardship. That is evidence of what we describe as resilience. Resilience having been built by something, usually relationships and experiences. The problem with that resilience is that it's not unlimited. So for these kids, you may not see the big problems right now, but you use the data to look into their future and expect when you would see them, when the resilience stores wear out and you begin to see the deep impacts on their mental health and their physical health and their social health, right? Again, we want to do this for the individual, not for the group. What does it mean for this kid or this person? Loneliness, stress. Here's an easy one. I mentioned it, you saw a film about it yesterday, the social and political determinants of health. So what we want to know here is, here's the problem. Aside from what happened between a parent and their child, aside from their involvement with systems, there's a story to be told about adversities before, in addition to those things, which is just their larger social experience and economic experience. And that story starts before they're even conceived. So we look at the mom and the dad's experiences with the social determinants before the child is conceived, and then we look at the child's exposure to the social determinants through the pregnancy and then after their mother gives birth to them. And the social determinants there are various lists of these things, but it's a yes or a no question. Here are some of the things that would be included in that. Here's a fun one: losing a parent for any reason, which could mean the relationship breaks down. It could mean arrest. It could mean a death, imprisonment, a mental illness. Losing that relationship with the parent is one. Unemployment of your parents or underemployment, housing insecurity, food insecurity, poorly run public schools in your neighborhoods where you've lived. Do you have any of those? Just a fun fact on public schools in the United States, the difference in learning in the first 6 years of what we call classically elementary school, right? The difference between the best run public schools in America and the poorest run public schools for students is students who leave the 6th grade from the poorest run schools are 4 years academically behind the kids who went to the best resource public schools. They may as well have not gone to school for 4 of those years in terms of their learning attainment. So it's a significant determinant of future success to have gone to school for 6 years and have a 2nd grade education when you're entering the 7th grade, right? So these are what we call they're politically determined, because we politically determine which public schools are well funded and which are not, right? So are any of these things present in this person's childhood is the question, and in their lives? Yes or no? And how about the Adverse Childhood Experiences study? This is not an assessment. It's actually a tool for epidemiological research. It's not intended, as Nadine Burke used it, to evaluate children. It's really about social determinant understanding associated with particular adversities in childhood. But it can be useful in trying to understand the burden. What we're looking for here is how much of a distress burden did this person experience. And so we'll use the ACEs data as part of the adversities list that I'm giving you to try to get a bigger understanding, a more complex understanding of how much and which sorts of adversities did this person have experiences with. So the question is, if you happen to know whether or not, or if you could estimate what you think the ACEs score might be for the person you're thinking about. So I'm going to say, in the interest of time, because you have lunch in 7 minutes, make up your answer. I'm not looking for bad news. I'm not looking for good news. What do you think it is? Typically, I would just read the 10 questions and you could just make a guess. But so let's see if I've got, so loneliness, stress, social determinants of health, ACEs, and there was a fourth one. Let me look at my phone real quick. I'm missing one more. Oh, wow. There we go. Oh, here's the last one. Complex developmental trauma. So this is a particular kind of trauma, and the particular trauma we're looking for is what we call complex developmental trauma is a relational trauma. And the most significant relational trauma that results in a complex trauma is losing your parent or losing someone who's a parent to you. Could be a kin carer, but that loss of relationship, especially for young children, can result in a complex developmental trauma. What do we mean by that? There's a misunderstanding, I think, about the way we're teaching people to think about trauma and talking about trauma. That most folks walking around are thinking that what trauma means, or the result of trauma, is some kind of psychological wound. That's not what we mean. We're actually talking about changes in the body, not changes in the brain in that sense. We're not talking about a cognitive or psychological meaning making of an experience. We're talking about an experience that was that you were so vulnerable to that it actually resulted in changing your stress response system in your body. And that means a lot of things. It changes the way we think, it changes the way genes are read and transcribed in the epigenome, which produces these changes. It changes the way that we use hormones in our body. It changes our digestive system, including killing off beneficial bacteria. It can over time change brain architecture. So why do we want to know about this? Because these changes can remain permanent in people unless we respond to them, especially in children. So understanding that someone might have a complex developmental trauma would tell us that we need to have a response to that. That response is not therapy in a clinician's office, although there might be a time in the future when the person might find that valuable. We first want to look at treating the body for people and treating what we call the super system. So this is a yes or no question. Do you think that this person experienced a complex trauma relationally in their lives? When we think about children, we think about separation from parents. When we think about adults, think about the state of their relationships with other adults and their own children. And their partners. I would argue possibly we might look at people who've been subjected to intimate partner violence as potential, depending on the quality of the relationship with that person. It might suggest that there's something going on with their stress response system as a result of these experiences. So complex developmental trauma. Here's the other thing about that. How do you treat it? Well, there are books written about this. Bessel van der Kolk wrote a famous one called The Body Keeps the Score, which suggests you're treating it from here down, not here up in the therapist's office. But I would also tell you, when it comes to childhood traumas, there's a particularly part of it that's very hard for people that consider themselves advocates for children's safety. And that is that I think of Dan Siegel, who's a Californian, some of you might know of. He's a child and adolescent psychiatrist at UCLA and has written lots of books on child psychiatry. And he uses a very brutal metaphor, and I'll finish with the metaphor that's brutal so you can have lunch, which is that if I'm a dog and you weren't paying attention, can I touch your hand? Mm-hmm. And I bit you on the hand, and you weren't expecting it, what do you think you'd likely do? You'd tear your hand away, which would tear the flesh on your skin. So what should you do when a dog bites you on the hand? And the answer is you should shove your fist into their throat. That's how you treat childhood trauma in families. What does that mean? It means you have to treat it in the family where it happened. That doesn't mean the child needs to live with them. It does mean you have to treat it in the family where it happened, or you don't resolve it. You don't get to solutions without going where it happened. It's a relational, it describes something that happened in a crucial relationship for the person, and you can't treat it by pretending that that relationship was not important. I'll just finish with an interesting piece of information from a meta-analysis of a particular group, which is older young people who grew up in the foster care system away from their families. And somewhere we've got, and I may be sending it to you, I'm not sure if it's in our library or not, we got a meta-analysis from 4 continents that looks at an interesting question, which is, does it make a difference for these older young people who grew up in systems away from their families, does it make a difference if their social worker or case manager makes it a practice to routinely talk with them about how they're feeling about the separation from their family? Or even more than talk to them, actually work on it with them? Does it make a difference? And the answer, compared to those who don't get that, and the answer is it makes a huge difference. The people who got that kind of social work practice were less likely to be homeless, they were less likely to be suicidal, they did better in the workplace, they did better in school. Here's the really interesting part. Regardless of whether the work that the person did with the young person made the relationship better or not. So what some young people got out of this is, I don't think I can expect a relationship from my parent, not because you told me that I shouldn't, but because my experience is they're not here with me the way I want them to be. And so what do? They adjust their expectations of their parent. God gave me this piece of crap, they might say. I know it's not a nice thing to say, but that's a nicer way than some young people will say it. But they understand and made their own meaning out of the relationship. They have their own expectations. It's been informed because they had a social worker or case manager who trusted them and gave them enough control to actually work out what they needed to work out. It isn't about a good outcome, it's about making meaning out of the relationships in your life. And the kids who were prevented from doing this in the name of safety did way worse than the kids who went through that process. And we see replicated data and that finding across 4 continents, which is pretty important. That's going into the dog's mouth with a kid, is my point. That's what we mean. You're working it out. You're not fixing it necessarily. You're working it out. What's the working out mean? I get to make meaning out of my relationship with my parent. We're all doing that our whole lives. I'm still working out my relationships with my parents. They're driving me crazy. Anyway, let's stop there. We'll come back and we'll do the last part. So we've done 2/3 of it. But the concept here is something that is referred to as sensitivity. And what we're talking about is, we think that, it won't surprise you in your life experience, that some of what happens to people and its consequences, for better or for worse, are outside of their control and your control in a particular way. And is that we think that humans are born with unique differences in their sensitivity to experience. How big they react or respond, or how they don't respond. Part of this is simply innate to who you are as an individual. Best way to think about this is if you connect it to a sibling group, yourself, or if you're a parent. And that is how different maybe you and your siblings are. You may have had very similar experiences, but your response to experiences can be very different. There's a saying that goes with this, is no 2 children grew up in the same family. And the thinking here is that there's some difference that has to do with sensitivity, and in order to support people well, it's important to try to understand what level of sensitivity or how sensitive they might be, so that it might help you understand and be more understanding of their responses to things. And so there was a book written about this some years ago that has a fun title. and it's called the orchid and the dandelion. And if you're involved with plants at all, if you've ever tried to raise an orchid or bought one, made the mistake of buying one at the grocery store and bringing it home, it may not have gone well. And some of you, of course, maybe got lucky and put it in the right place and don't mess with the soil too much, and somehow you manage. But the point of the orchid is they're really temperamental, really sensitive. They require very, very specific conditions. The other point of the orchid is when they have those conditions, they thrive. So they're not broken, they're not diseased, they're orchids. And in the right context, they do really, really well. But their context has to be very particular. And if it gets changed, they may do less well. The dandelions, all of you have raised dandelions at some point, I assume. Whether you wanted to or not, dandelions are people who tend to be seem to be very, we misuse the word resilient, but I'll misuse it, resilient no matter what comes their way. And there are children like this, children who seem to be incredibly adaptable and they don't show much effect even when things are hard. And we refer to them as daffodils, as dandelions. In our work, we add a middle one, and the middle one that we add are not daffodils, are tulips. So I don't know how many of you have grown tulips. They're not particularly sensitive, but they're not as hardy as dandelions. They're kind of in the middle. So one question we have for you, as you think about the person you're thinking about, would you say from a sensitivity standpoint, would you say, are they an orchid? Are they a tulip? Or are they a dandelion? Put that on your piece of paper. What kind of flower are there? What's their sensitivity like? That it's important to, we were talking in an attachment context about the word attunement at lunch, but this is a different way to think about attunement also in terms of people's relative level of sensitivity. I often talk to people at events like this when they talk about their own kids. They might say to me that effectively their kids at home are a full greenhouse. They got a little bit of everything going on. And you can see that they recognize it in the weight they carry in their parenting work or grandparenting work, that they have to really adjust what they're doing with their kids based on which kid it is and how they're doing. And I don't think that's necessarily done when your kids are done living with you. My oldest is 34, my youngest is 13. We got two others in the middle. We're doing different things with different kids in our family. It's just how it goes. And as life unfolds, part of working with them and supporting them is adjusting how we do it. That's just what we're trying to do, right? So what I want to do is go to the third. There's three columns in this when you look at it. There's the demographics data that we've done. There's the 5 adversities. Let me just wrap up the adversities. What are we doing here? I want to borrow something from the Center on the Developing Child at Harvard that they began talking about even years ago. And they had a fun video for it. It's an animated film. But it talks about a particular group of children in communities that are probably children that many of you will connect with in your work. Because they have a significant level of vulnerability. And one of the reasons that they have vulnerability is not that they face some kind of adversity in their life. And here's why I say that. Because almost all kids face adversities at some point in their lives. So the fact that kids experience adversities does not mean that they're doomed to end up in some negative context, because most of us and most of our kids are going to go through some stuff growing up at this point. And most of the time kids are just fine. If you're doing other things to balance this, they'll be fine. But there's a particular group of kids that the center was pointing to, and what the description here was what they called a unique pileup of adversities. It's not that these kids experience adversities, it's they experience a whole variety of types of adversities. So what we're doing with these 5 adversities, they're not the only adversities, they're just 5 adversity types, is we're trying to get a sense of how likely is it that the person you're thinking about was one of those people that had that unique pileup of adversities, that there was many hardships going on. And so what we do here is we ask 5 adversity-related questions, and then we look at your answers and just have you count them up. Like, if they had an ACEs score that was 4 or higher, that's 1. If they have toxic stress, that's 2. The social determinants of health, that's 3. A complex trauma, that's 4. And then the social determinants of health present in their life, that's 5. So what you've got is you've got a person who's not only experienced distress, but they experienced this thing that Harvard described as this unique pileup of adversities. And the reason that's important to understand is it means that the response of support to them needs to be different. It can't be a general response. You need to really understand how much adversity happened. Part of what we're doing here is we're going to get ultimately to a conversation about an answer to a really simple question that is hard to answer. And the question is, what is the intervention anyway? What do we do? Or what needs to be done? Well, part of answering that question is not just what it is, but the question is, how much power does the intervention need to make any difference? So there's a way of thinking about this. The question that sometimes our social service agencies will be upset that people are not respecting about them is people will be critical of agencies, and the agency's response, fairly I think, is to say, why can't you see the good things that we do for kids? I think that's a really fair response, and I think we should do a better job of seeing the good things that we do for kids. However, there's a wiser question to be asked than that, and the question is this one: are we doing enough of the right kinds of things to actually make a difference? That is a wiser question than why can't you see the good things that we're doing? The fact that we may do some good things for kids is not unimportant, but the fact is, for some kids, are they enough of the right kinds of things to actually make a difference? That is a much more important question. And that's where we're trying to get to in formulating not only what is the intervention, but what is the power of the intervention needed to actually move this thing and get someone positioned in a way where they can begin to recover, begin to find their feet. The formulation, so let's keep with the formulation. We're going to go on to the next one. The third column are something that's really important to remember whenever you're working with people, and that is, it's not useful to simply look at adversities in people's lives. It doesn't tell you anything. The fact that people have had a lot of adversities by itself doesn't tell you anything. The famous quote from, I don't know if it was Onda or Folletti with the ACEs study, is some people with ACEs scores of 0 are chronically sick, and some people with ACEs scores of 10 never get sick. The adversity score by itself doesn't tell you anything meaningful about what may happen in the future. You have to look at the adversities next to another set of questions, which are the resilience factors that people have. In other words, there's a set of adversities, but might there be other things happening in their lives that reduce the impact of those things? For example, a strong, caring, attuned, and supportive relationship with an adult. There's a really fun way of talking about, I heard once described about an adult like that. They described them as parents who eat their children's stress. Do you ever eat your kids' stress for them? That is it's a fun way to think about what they're saying there, is that adult is getting, where it's necessary, the adult gets themselves between their kids and that thing, and they eat it for them, yeah?
Additional training that we've done is with Dr. Robert Sege
Uh-huh.
from the Hope.
Oh, right.
Comes from positive experiences where he talks about positive childhood experiences.
Yes.
that counter-
PCEs.
Yeah, that counter the.
Yeah, so we've got to really, we cannot complete a formulation without looking at the PCEs. We can't, there's no, you're wasting your time unless you're trying to qualify them for a benefit. You know, do you know what I'm saying? It's like if you have to write we call it a negative resume, you know what I mean? But so then I'll explain. The next time you want a new job or you want to get a scholarship or get a promotion, if you have to fill out an application, just do this once for me. Just put every negative thing you ever did in your life on the resume and see how it goes for you. That's what these records look like for people that are in public services. Everything is a negative. Everything that's listed is a problem or it's not a problem, but it's never about the person. It's simply intended to qualify you to become an object in a system. And so we wouldn't want to make that mistake here. We need to look at this third column. And the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is just reflect on, which you may not need to do because you may have already felt it in your body as you were answering the prior questions. And that is, I want you to reflect on if you would, I'll just describe this as well-being. If we were to think about the questions you've answered so far and what it suggests to you about the well-being of that person right now. Does that make sense? So one way to do that, that we get from Harvard, again, from the Center on the Developing Child, they used to do this. It was one of my favorite things on their website, but they took it down. I don't know if they'll ever put it back up. But they made a fun video game based on resilience science. That's something called the fulcrum and the lever. You would know the fulcrum and the lever as a seesaw. So what you do when you think about somebody's overall well-being so far is you just simply imagine a seesaw, and I just want you to picture which direction you think that the seesaw is tipped toward. Let me show you what I mean. The fulcrum would be the triangle, and the seesaw is called a lever. And in this case, it's tipped towards negative experiences. Maybe I'll use a better pen. All right, so you've got this. I'll use this brighter marker. So this side of the seesaw is tipped down. It's got negative experiences. This side is tipped up and it has positive experiences. And what this suggests is a person who on more days, weeks, months, or years is slightly tipped towards more negative experiences than positive experiences in their life. And there's a name for this in the science. It's science that was done by a guy by the name of Bruce McEwen, and it's called allostatic load. And people who work in social services like you should know what allostatic load is because you are at significant risk to be living with it. And so I want to tell you about it just so you can use this to pay attention to your own health and your own well-being. Allostatic load, for most of us, is not a big problem when it's temporary. So a big life event can happen and tip you, I'll show you the opposite in a minute, and tip you there. More days than in a month, your life feels heavier and more negative than you'd like it to be. And even though you have positive things in your life, they feel less helpful because you're dealing with a lot. Because that's the way of telling the story. You're tipped. And in the near term, this is where resilience actually comes into play. If you've built resilience over your lifetime, this is where it benefits you. Because you can be in this place for a significant amount of time and not compromise your health and put you at greater risk for chronic disease. However, you have limited resilience stores. Once that has gone on long enough, you will wear out these resilience stores, and then you'll start to see consequences for this. So one group of people that this happens to are people in service to the public, police officers, social workers, case managers in high stress environments working with very distressed people. There's a little saying I like to use that's pretty catchy, which is human distress is contagious, don't take it home to your kids. Meaning be mindful of the distress you are working around and have strategies for how you protect yourself, because you're not just protecting yourself, you're protecting the other people in your life and your relationships with them. Because what allostatic load will do to people who work in the public services realm is you'll begin, in other settings, is you'll begin to see, if you allow it to go on long enough, you'll begin to see it play out in your, firstly in your everyday life. You'll start to cut back on doing things that bring you joy and meaning and a sense of well-being. You'll move your body less. You'll put less time into friendships. Your relationships with loved ones will start to become less important than your work commitments. You'll start working longer hours. You'll start perseverating around work stress when you're not at work. And you'll be less tuned in to yourself and to the people around you. Does this sound familiar to anybody? And this is what we do as humans, and what we're doing is what humans do, is when you're under stress, one of the things that we're really good at doing is we start limiting the inputs. You start clamping down and taking control of the things that you have to take control of, even if it means not doing other things. You just start clamping down and start narrowing your focus and focusing increasingly on the thing that's a source of distress to you. And unfortunately, humans do that, and we'll be in trouble before we realize it usually. So we want to pay attention to this. If you don't pay attention to it, your body is paying attention to it, and it will let you know when the next time you go in for a physical and your panels don't look right? Your lipids are up and your blood pressure is elevated, and you've either been losing weight or you're gaining weight. Your body's going to tell you when this starts to get too much, because it'll change your body. Because your body's having to make adjustments to survive it, because the point is to survive, right? And unfortunately, the survival changes that you make work in the short term, but they may not advantage you in the long term. Does that make sense? So allostatic load. Allostasis is the one you want. And allostasis, you've heard the term homeostasis before. So homeostasis, we talk about the whole body and what the body is constantly doing, and I mean constantly. I'll give you a figure on this in a second. The body is constantly looking for balance. You're constantly looking for balance in response to what is happening in your environment. One of our colleagues suggests, who's in a physician group, suggests that our bodies are doing a full scan of our well-being about every 60 milliseconds. Your body is constantly doing a scan, constantly scanning every 60 milliseconds, making constant epigenetic adjustments to whatever is going on at the time, to whatever degree is necessary. That's always happening. And if you're in an environment of stress, your body's making an adjustment to that stress, and it's doing things like turning on systems that it needs to survive the distress, and turning down systems that it doesn't need because it may not survive long enough to make use of them, including things like reproduction. So it's this classic stress response sort of narrative, right? So allostasis is when you have the opposite of this. You have the seesaw, the fulcrum, and you have slightly more positive experiences on one side than negative experiences. So here's the point. The problem, the goal is not to have, is never going to be, because it's not even possible, never having anything negative happening, including stress at work. The problem is not that you have stress at work. The problem is not this negative stuff. The problem is, do you have enough of the good stuff to be able to manage the weight that you carry around the hardships in your life, including in your work? You want to pay attention then. So when we work with people, we remember that in a needs and services design thing, it's always about the negative resume. Everything that's focused is on the problems. You never see the positives. Well, you can't actually see your client fully if the only thing you're looking at is what's negative in their life. You need to look at the relative balance of negative things versus positive things and look at how they're doing. Which direction are they traveling in from a stress response basis. I don't know if you can see this on the bottom, but I'll describe the third and the last one is called allostatic overload. And allostatic overload is when there's an elephant sitting on one side and a couple of mice on the other. In my vision of this, the distress and powerlessness experience of the person is so extreme, it would be as though there were an elephant sitting on that one end of the seesaw. There might be some social services or other things that people are trying with that person. They're reflected in the mice on the other end. And this captures the saying that I gave you earlier. The question is not, are the mice trying to do good things for the person? The question is, are the mice able to do enough good things to make any difference? Do you see the problem with the problem with a services design with people in allostatic overload is you may be convinced that you're good people doing good things, but you're not doing nearly the kind of things that would be necessary to make much of a difference. I use a lot of health. I started my work in healthcare, so it's probably stuck with me. But I sometimes use a very hard metaphor to make this point, and it's some of it having to do with my own family experience here. But I'll sometimes ask people in helper roles this question, which is, what kind of oncologist do you want to be? And what I'm saying to you is, what kind of oncologist would you actually want? Would you want someone who would tell you the truth? Would you want someone to be balanced and thoughtful in terms of not just highlighting the hard stuff, but also acknowledging the strengths? I mean, you're gonna want a very courageous, very balanced, and hopefully very compassionate oncologist. And those kind of, we had that experience in my family and several times, and both of the people have been in recovery for a decade. Thank goodness, because we found by accident an oncologist who was able to do that and handle that in a way that was really helpful to our family. What I don't want is an oncologist who finds this all too uncomfortable and doesn't tell the truth and confuses delivering treatment with delivering a cure. Those are two very different things. So allostatic overload means that that the intervention power has to be much stronger. If you've got an elephant on one side, you're going to need two elephants on the other side. Does that make sense? You got to figure. Remember, I said the power of the intervention. Where are you going to find the two elephants to sit on the other side? They're not going to probably be in your program. They're going to be in the family. They're going to be in the culture, and they're going to be in the community. And if you ignore them and just keep delivering services to people like this, you're not going to be much good to them, even though they may be good for your bottom line. So these three groups, allostasis, allostatic load, allostatic overload, are ways to understand how the stress response system works. Robert Sapolsky is a Californian. Some of you might know his name. He's at Stanford. And Stanford, he's primatologist and a neurosurgeon and scientist, and author of a lot of books, like a good one like Why Don't Zebras Get Ulcers? If you want to understand the human stress response system, you can get this monstrous book called Why Don't Zebras Get Ulcers? Anyone want to answer the question, why don't zebras get ulcers?
They complete the stress response?
I couldn't hear you.
They complete the stress response?
No, they don't have something called anticipatory stress, and humans do. What does he mean by that? If you're a zebra, he tells the story, you're a zebra, you go trotting down to the water hole to get a drink, and a cheetah jumps out from behind a rock and comes after you, and your body is going to do what their body's going to do what your body would do. It's going to shut down anything that's non-essential, and it's going to pour everything into what it takes to get away from that cheetah, because the only thing that matters is getting away from the cheetah, because if you don't get away from the cheetah, the fact that your reproductive system is shut down doesn't matter much, because you're dead. But here's the second part of the story. Once the zebra escapes the cheetah, their stress response system, within an hour or so, just go back down to normal, and they'll walk around like that never happened, which is health promoting. So you only use your stress response system when you need it, and otherwise it's shut down, because the stress response system that stays on will make you sick. Humans, unfortunately, have anticipatory stress exposure, and that looks like you being late for work and stuck in traffic and stressed out. Have you ever had that day? And your stress response system looks like you're being chased by a cheetah at the water hole. You're not being chased by anything. But you have what he calls an anticipatory stress response system. You can light up your stress system by just thinking certain things in the context of your social and relational context. And so if you're dysregulated, the term dysregulated that comes up in talking about traumas is that dysregulation. What's the problem with it? It drives stress-related disease. And what's the problem with stress-related disease? It's what kills most Americans. And that's the second place that Sapolsky's talking about. The good news about us extending human lifespans with technologies and lifestyles as we have is that you get to live longer. The bad news is you get to die horribly of stress-related disease that nobody got before because they didn't live long enough. So if you look at the way that Americans die, the primary means of death for adults at least is ischemic heart disease, which is a stress-related condition. For kids right now are guns. Firearms have now become the #1 cause of death for children in the United States in the last 2 years, speaking of stress response for us. But for adults, it's ischemic heart disease, it's suicide, I'm no particular order, suicides, cancers, accidents, motor vehicle accidents, those kind of things. But a lot of the health-related ones are all related, or primarily related to stress response system problems. And a lot of the problems that people have with their stress response systems have their roots in their early childhood experiences and become complicated later. That's all about how stress operates here. So we need to pay attention to stress. It's something that we can use. I want you to put this so what I want you to do at your table on your piece of paper is I want you to think about the person you were thinking about, and I want you to draw what you think their seesaw looks like. Now, I don't want you to do it over what it looked like last week. I want you to think about their whole life. So if you're working with somebody who's in a hard place right now, but generally has been in a good place, when you think about this, think about the whole life story, not a recent event. Okay? Because we build resilience over time so that we may use it later, this is a measure we're thinking about across the life course, not just recently. So Megan, where would you put your friend? You're thinking about the whole life, not just the recent experiences.
Just a little bit on it.
Sorry?
Just a little bit on the low end.
On the allostatic load side. Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I didn't mention something too, just for fun. There is a difference in this metaphor from Harvard between a real seesaw and what a fulcrum and lever here means. There was one thing I forgot to tell you, that this would be dangerous on a playground. The difference is this part, what we call the fulcrum, in this one, it moves. On the playground, it stays in the same place, right? It's secured, and you know, your insurance company, if you even let you have one, wants it to be safe for kids to be on. In this model, if you have allostatic, your friend, here's the problem about why you kind of want to watch this, is that what it does is this represents what we call the epigenome. So the epi means the above the gene structure. So what the epigenome simply does is it tells the genes you've inherited from your parents. Oh, actually, I wrote that wrong. That's not true. If from negative, if you're tipped negatively, the epigenome is moving this direction, not this direction. The epigenome is what's telling, it tells your genes what to do. Remember that every 60 millisecond scan? The body's response to the scan is an epigenetics response. It tells the genes in the body what to do. They're like a dimmer. They've been described like a dimmer that you might have on lights. They tell your genes to turn off, turn on, to turn up, or turn down their functioning. And your body's constantly making these adjustments. Even learning is an epigenetic response. It's building structures in the brain to retain information. The response to allostatic load over time is going to be gene expression. The longer it goes on, the more you're going to change gene expression. Here's another word for gene expression. Is better way to think about it. It's called gene environment interaction. It means that your epigenome is responding constantly to your relationships and your experiences, and it's telling the genes you've inherited from your parents what to do and when to do it. And it's constantly making adjustments. So the worry about allostatic load is you don't want to stay there too long. One way to change allostatic load is you may not be able to change the stressful circumstances that you're in right now. What you can do is just pay attention to how many positives you've got going on. The PCEs that you were talking about. You don't have to add a lot. It could be not about the amount, it could be about the power of the thing. For example, if you've stepped away from your faith and faith is important to you, re-engaging in your faith practices for some people would be meaningful enough that it would be a very powerful thing to do. If you're from a First Nations community and you've not been active in ceremony in your community, plugging back into ceremony could become really important here to help you through this hard time. That the meaning that you make of the things that you do can have a huge amount of power. It's not just about, by the way, exercise, 15 minutes a day of moderate moving your body and getting your heart beating could be a significant positive change. I can't change the stress that's going on in my divorce, but I can add 15 minutes a day of moderate moving my body. By the way, if you don't like to move your body in formal exercise, here's a really good way to do it. Just stop sitting on chairs as much as you can. Sit on the floor. And the reason for that is every time you haul your butt from the floor to a standing position, you stress your cardiovascular system. You do that 25 times a day and you're good. It'll strengthen your body pretty significantly. There's just small creative things that you can do when you're facing hard times to tip over here and get that balance moving back towards allostasis. The fact that the epigenome moved in a way, you understand the physics of this. If you've got more negatives than positives and your genetic expression is moving in this direction, in this model, the problem that you have is not only the elephant on one end that may happen, but also you're losing leverage is really the reason they use this particular visual effect. It's going to take more and more and more intervention to get benefit if this moves too much in that direction. Now, keep in mind, having said all this, you're meeting a client who's already in allostatic overload. How many of you have clients clearly already there? And then you say to them, you really ought to go to counseling. Probably not going to help a lot. That's probably one of, and now it doesn't mean that counseling might not help. It just might mean that you may need they may need a greater level of stability in their everyday experience in order to have the ability and even the brain architecture to engage cognitively with the therapist and actually make meaning out of that experience. So this is when I mentioned yesterday, we meet people at their feet rather than at their heads. So the reason you pay attention to this is look at how they're doing and pay attention initially to just basic health practices. Here they are: sleep, diet, exercise, and relationships are the four particular what Burke Harris called stress response behaviors to pay attention to. Can you work with people to find ways to get more rest, to find put themselves in a position of more positive relational interactions with other humans, be a part of something, those kinds of things. And what you're going to get is you're going to get an epigenetic response if you get them to do it over time. That you will see. I've done this work with lots of kids, and these kids will transform before your eyes. Meaning, you'll see kids in a couple of months, and their skin will be better, their stature, they'll be more upright, they'll just appear to be much healthier looking than they were when you started. You can see it in the body. You'll see a response when people are starting to move towards that kind of more balanced approach. So I know I spent some time in that, but it's a summary of kind of thinking about how stress health works. Let's do one more. This is actually way more accurate. If you really want to know how somebody's doing in a more granular way and more accurately, and I'm going to have you do this for a minute, is I just want you to, do you have someone you're thinking about, any of you guys? Do you have someone in your head? Can I do this for you?
Sure.
From the group? We're going to do something I mentioned called calendaring really quick. So I just want you to, if the person you're thinking about has a routine that's fairly predictable from week to week, just do this over a week. If you're working with someone who has a really chaotic life experience, you may need to look at the whole month to get an understanding of what's happening with them. So we start usually on Sunday to Saturday. And whatever you know is good enough. And the person you're thinking about, let's starting with whatever you know on Sunday. What time do they generally wake up in the morning, if they wake up in the morning?
She's probably up all night.
So what time might she then actually get up after getting to sleep? What time would she get to sleep? Let's ask that question.
I'm not sure if she's sleeping Sunday through Wednesday.
So starting on, just make up Sunday. What do you think Sunday looked like?
What time she's waking up?
What time either she's waking up or what time she's getting to sleep?
I'll say she's going to sleep at midnight.
She's going to sleep at midnight. Okay, so gets to bed at midnight. And so 12 a.m. And then, just to make this quicker, gets up at about what time?
Probably 7.
7 a.m.? Okay. And then after she gets up, what does she do?
She probably checks on her children.
Checks on her kids who are in the same home?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what are they doing together and for how much time? Their kids, they probably are hungry.
Well, she has a newborn, so it's a full-time job, and her other child is bedridden, so it's a full-time job.
She is,
Run down.
she's got a newborn, and she has a child who needs personal care, complete personal care.
yeah.
So this is a person carrying a lot of responsibilities. So what's the day look like then? She's up at she gets to bed at midnight. She's going to be up around 7 if the baby is sleeping. And then she's busy doing care for her children pretty much until they're asleep again. Is that pretty much what a day looks like?
I would think so.
Okay.
She's working right now?
She works.
I don't think so.
Oh, she's not working. Well, she is working. She's working at home.
Yeah, she's working at home.
And anything else in the day that she has to attend to?
Yeah, she probably does eat.
So getting food for everyone. So she's not only maybe trying to eat, but she's also feeding other people.
She has a husband,
Uh-huh.
but he doesn't work. And he doesn't really help with the kids either.
Yeah, so you getting a picture just going through the routine, right? And she's doing this from 7 a.m. until midnight.
Yep.
Yeah. That's 3 shifts, or is that 2 shifts? I was trying to think back when I worked shift work.
It's 11 to 7.
11 to 7, and so she's doing 2 shifts a day. But she's doing doubles every day.
Her mom comes at 11, from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. to help with overnight.
Oh, so grandma does the overnight shift. And this is repeated?
Yes.
Wash, rinse, repeat every day?
Through Wednesday mostly.
What is it?
Mostly Sunday through Wednesday as of right now.
And then what changes on Thursday?
She doesn't have her older child, not the baby, or she doesn't have her older child.
The child that needs personal care is being cared for somewhere else? Okay.
Foster care.
Oh, goes to a foster home. Is that kind of a respite arrangement?
No, we're trying to reunify.
Oh, so this is a visitation calendar. Okay.
She just got overnight.
And then the foster parent is caring for that child, but the baby's at home?
The baby's at home.
Okay. And is anything added otherwise or changed in her routine?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And which direction did you draw? How long has this been going on?
For over a year.
And which direction did you do the?
I thought it was overload.
It's pretty close, isn't it? Let me tell you a fun story, though. And normally if we had more days, I would have showed you a video that talks exactly about this lady in a particular way. Another person who's from California, in this case, won not the Nobel Prize. Is it Nobel Prize? What's the one for science? It must be Nobel. Yeah, she won a Nobel Prize for science. She's at the University of San Francisco. And her name's Elizabeth. And she won her prize in science for genomics. And a particular thing she won it for was research on something called telomeres. And telomeres are the end caps, as they name them, on the ends of your chromosomes in your cells. So every cell in your body has a pair of chromosomes, right? If you only have 2 chromosomes, some people do have 3, but rarely. But if you're a female, you have 2 X chromosomes, and if you're a male, you have an X and a Y chromosome, right? Some people will have XYY or the other, but not as common. The protective end caps on the chromosomes in your body are named telomeres. And telomeres are a section of what's called non-coding non-coding, I think it's RNA. And what they do is they protect your chromosomes from being damaged. They're like, they're described, Elizabeth describes them as like the plastic end caps on your laces of your shoes, right? So what happens to your shoes when the end caps fall off? Yeah, you gotta spit on them and twist them and shove them through the hole until it gets annoying enough to get a new pair of shoes or shoelaces, right? So there's a reason why we use that, because when our end caps fall off, we have a natural death. So we're born, we think, with about 15,000 base pairs of that RNA, or DNA, RNA, and they wear down as you live. And this is actually a description that they learn for what aging is. So aging is not just a determination about how long you're on the planet, it's how you live while you're on the planet. And you get what's called a weathering, or some called a wear and tear effect. And the wear and tear effect one place to measure it is the telomere lengths. When you get down, you start with 15,000 pairs at conception, and you die when you're down to 5,000 pairs. When it gets to 5,000 pairs, the telomere falls off, and and the cells in the body die, and it's called a natural death. You get a system-wide kind of shutdown on people. And but that's not why she won the Nobel Prize. She won it working with moms like the mom you're talking about, because they turned out to be an interesting group of people to study. And that was women who have full-time, indefinite caring responsibilities for usually their children, like your parent does. And what they found out was that women who have these responsibilities often, but not always, but often look and seem older than they really are. And this is not just an issue about cosmetics. They in fact are older than they are, because the stress and distress associated with the responsibilities that they unequally carry have a wear and tear effect on them, right? That's the first piece. The second piece is they found out in their study, not all women had this. Some women actually didn't have telomere shortening. Some women even had telomere lengthening. The big question, what's the difference between women who got worn down and aged prematurely and women who didn't? And the difference will shock the hell out of you. It's called support. And that's how you get a Nobel Prize that no one pays any attention to, because it's an inconvenient truth. The women who didn't have shortening or significant shortening or even lengthening were women who were well supported in their caring responsibilities, and in addition to that, because of the experiences they were having, they took on caring for their children with chronic care needs as an important task to be done in their lives. They were able to make meaning of it as an important and valued part of their work as mothers and as women in their families. But they were able to do this because they had enough other support in their lives to be able to have the well-being, to be able to live that way. They had friendships, they had other things in their life. What's your mom got going on? And here's the point of this, is not to be critical. It's we say the principle is what is predictable is preventable. If we reunify here with her burdens being, her left alone with these burdens, the only question is, can she meet the burdens that she faces alone enough that you guys will let her hypothetically have her kid back full time? The answer is probably she could, and that's important. But then you got to ask yourself, if this keeps going, how old is she?
I want to say 23.
Tell me about, if this is her future, tell me what she looks like at 60.
Dead.
I don't know.
No, because they're going to make her go to classes. They're going to make her do other things on top of what she's already doing to just make her life go around.
That could happen, because that's what we do, right? But I'm pointing out something else, which is, if you ask yourself, what is the intervention anyway? Parents do this. There were enough women doing this to complete the study I told you about. Some women did quite well despite all the hardship. What was the difference? Support. People that cared about them. The intervention with this woman is not only can you deal with the particular issues identified in the dependency order, which legally we need to do, and she needs to do, but pay broader attention to this, to the calendar. Pay, with her. There's another person in that house. I heard him called her husband. What's his calendar look like?
It's open.
Xbox. There's work to be done here.
I feel like,
Yeah.
yeah, I see DV within him controlling her.
Can I say that his calendar is as important as hers? Tell me about him at 60. I don't think it's any better. I don't know. But my point is, this is what we call what the health system calls life course health trajectory theory. We look with people at their view of their health and their experiences, particularly looking at their calendar with them, their routines, how they're feeling about it. What are the pluses in your days? What are the pluses in her days?
Probably being with her kids.
As a mother of a newborn, looking into your baby's eyes, the baby responding to you, watching them grow and develop. What are the pluses in her loving experiences of her other children? We could talk about that. I'm sure there are pluses, but the question is, what are the pluses, the relative weight of the pluses versus the weight of the negatives? Right? And how does it affect her health? And how does it affect her sense of well-being and her ability to manage all of these responsibilities? And that isn't about a failure in her.
I don't think she would be in this situation if she didn't have support in the beginning.
If she had had support to begin with, right? But the thing, Bruce Perry and your friend Oprah Winfrey wrote a book. I don't know if you saw it. And a funny story, my daughter's going to school in Santa Barbara at Westmont, and Oprah's their neighbor, and Prince Harry. And it's the weirdest thing ever to see what that kind of wealth looks like. But Oprah and Bruce wrote a book about trauma that you probably heard about that's called What Happened to You, right? And in the book, Dr. Perry talks it in a very useful way about what human healing is. And I think it's really useful to share with you. It's very quick. He says humans, quote unquote, he says humans are always moving forward. So what does that mean? Well, one thing it means is that when it comes to healing, healing is never going to be as much as we act like it is. Healing will never be going into the past and changing something that happened, because that can't be done. Healing, humans are always moving forward. And healing is about how we live and construct the way we live in the future. So we can't go back and change the fact, and you know that, we can't go back and change the fact that she didn't have the support she needed at the beginning of this thing, because it can't be done. What we can do is support her and her family and her community to organize differently about how they're going to live in the future. And one of these things is you got to respect this woman doing something that I think we all respect and see, which is what mothers do. And that is, they do what they have to do. And she's doing what she has to do, but she's having to do it alone. And I would say the intervention here is the connecting with her around how do we give her, first of all, and you're doing it, I'm sure you're already doing some practical supports around her. But I think you're going to have to pay attention to the context. You're going to have to pay attention to the context. Here's a fun, quick tool for you guys in emergencies. Let's try it. Pretend you're her, okay? There's two ways we can do this. We'll start with her, and if that doesn't work, then we'll look at our kids. This is what we call the 4 questions. You ready for the question? First question, who loves this lady?
Her mom,
Her mom. Who else?
her husband, her kids,
Her husband, her 2 children. Who else loves this lady?
her aunts,
Her aunt. Who else loves this lady?
her siblings,
How many does she have?
a lot, like 4.
4. So now we're at 9. Who else loves this lady? How about I put you off the hook and give you a fun question? Who might love this lady?
Me?
Oh. Who else might love this lady? I'm putting you on pressure, it's okay.
Okay, sorry.
Here's a third question. Who could learn to love this lady?
Yeah.
Just about anybody. And the last question, who does this lady love?
Her kids.
A lot of the same, but who knows? What did we just do? We just made an invitation list. We just started listing the army that she's got access to. There's no reason for her to be alone in this unless we're alone with her in this. You were just sitting here. That's family finding. It's not running computer searches on people. It's learning to not find people, but to begin to see people. To see that she loves people. That people love her. That there are people that might love her we don't even know about because we didn't ask. There might be people who love her that she didn't ask about because she didn't believe that they loved her. That she's inherently lovable. And people could look at her life and the way she parents her kids and be proud of her for what she does. Do you see what I'm doing? It's a very fast way to firstly have that conversation with her. By the way, some parents would say no one. If you ask them who loved them, you might say instead, who loves your babies? That might be easier. But what am I doing? I'm getting a list. When am I doing it? Here's the way I teach CPS workers to work. You come up to the door, if there's a door, and you knock on it. First time, you're there with bad news. By the way, it's a bad day if I show up at your house because I'm the government and I'm here to take your children. Or maybe not. Most days not, by the way. If you don't know this about child welfare, most of the time they don't take your kids. They make a safety plan. But what I'm saying is, what do I teach people? Knock on the door. People open the door. Fully identify yourself. Be proud of your practice, of your important work. Explain while you're there. Let them respond. And while you are doing all of this, I'm doing something else. Somebody tell me what it is. While I'm introducing myself, while I'm explaining why I'm there, while I'm listening to the response, what's the other thing that I'm doing?
Gaining trust.
I couldn't hear that.
Gaining trust.
I'm sorry?
Gaining trust.
No. But good answer. By the way, they don't trust me. Because I'm inherently coercive. This isn't a trust relationship. This is you do what I tell you relationship, or I take your kids. So trust has nothing to do with it. Actually, trust me when I say it's not about trust. That's about as close to trust as that interaction gets, because it's inherently coercive. It just is. And so we call this being bias explicit. But here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm looking for. Did anybody burst into flames while I was standing there? In 35 years, it's not happened once. Does anybody have an injury, or is somebody laying on the floor looking like they need the aid car? Do you see what I'm doing? Is there anyone in immediate peril? By the way, is there an unsecured firearm that's a risk to me? If there is, we're going to deal with getting that put away somewhere before I'm coming in or staying in. But after that, what I'm saying is I'm turning to these questions in different ways about identifying that list of people. And I'm saying to people, there's a risk today, because I'm here, that this could have serious consequences on your relationships and ability to parent your kids. Our agency could become involved. You need to understand that, which they do. And in some situations where it looks, I'll give you an example in Minnesota of a worker. I was talking to a manager. She took the on-call duty. It's Carver County, which you don't know where that is, but you do know who Prince is. That's where Prince is from, where he died. About the only notable thing in Carver County that I know about, other than this story. So this lady is a supervisor. I've worked with her. She's a signs of safety trained person and a practitioner. And this is her quick story about her the way she practices. This is Friday. Even though I don't have to, she puts herself in a rotation. What that means is when a referral comes in that requires an investigation, they rotate who's going to go out so that people can get rest. And she includes herself in the rotation to give her team more space so they can get more rest, which is a really nice leadership responsibility, right? So you got to respect that about her. And this Friday, it happens to be her turn. And wouldn't you know it, but when the referral comes in, you'll reflect on this, it'll be 4:30 on Friday afternoon. Of course, that's when it's going to come in. And so she gets the referral and she's like, crap. You know, I've got Zumba at 5:15 and I'm meeting everybody from work at the bar at 6:30. Shit, you know, and I have to, so anyway, she goes out and she gets to the house, she says. And she's at the house and she walks up and she knocks on the door and the mom opens the door and she starts her process. And she says, you know, I've been doing this for 25 years and, you know, I've seen a lot. And when I look at this mom and I look at this situation, I think to myself, remember she's a signs of safety person, so she gets taught to think this way, which is on a scale of 0 to 10, where 0 is the worst, because they make it backwards from the way I would do it, is because they're Australians. So the water spins a different direction down there, I learned. A 0 is the worst and a 10 is the best, which would be the opposite in my mind, but they get mad at me when I mix it up. A 0 is the worst and 10 would be the best. This is a 2. And so what does she do? And this is what signs of safety people call standing in your authority and skillfully using your authority. And this is under the heading of don't do this at home, but it illustrates a point. And here's what she says to the mom. On a scale of 0 to 10, where 0, this is the worst situation I've ever encountered in my 25 years. And 10, this is the most wholesome. This is a 2. I have a Zumba class at 5:15, and I'm going drinking with people at the office at 6:30. If you don't get your family over here in the next 20 minutes, your kids are going to foster care. So what do you think happened? Her kitchen's full in 20 minutes of people. And they build a plan, and the family stays together, and she gets to her Zumba class. Maybe a little late. But what did she do? She used her authority skillfully. She said, I can't fix this, and I can make it worse. So why not use the moment? Why not use the moment with people and say, call your people. Help them understand how serious it is. Use a scaling question if you need to tell your truth. Be the oncologist you need to be. Get people moving. There's a window of opportunity in a crisis. Tell the truth. I'm your crisis. Trust has nothing to do with it. Let's call your family right now. By the way, just for professionals, these calendars are really useful documentation. You can literally do this with people. And the other thing is, they can change. You can do them again, and you can do them again, and you can do them again. How would this look different if that list or some part of the list that you and I started creating started actively helping this lady, even several times a week? You know what I'm saying? You could just think about what I mean about that in terms of the health promoting effects of feeling more support, like the study I told you about. The fact that people have children with complex disabilities, complex physical health problems that require a lifetime of care does not guarantee that you're going to get worn down and get sick unless you do it too alone. I would argue you get the point. So what I'm doing here is using the formulation that we've done and the use of various tools to demonstrate this to you, right? I think just for fun, in the state of Pennsylvania today, and this has now been true for about 6 years, in every child welfare court hearing, and they do full reviews every 90 days on every case, ahead of every hearing, a calendar gets handed up to the judge. A calendar gets handed to every parent. Especially for kids in foster care, you don't know what your kids are doing. You want to know what your kids are doing. You're their parent. So you want to see it. You want to have something to say about it. Everyone can see the calendar. I've trained all the judges and all the lawyers, parents' attorneys, guardian ad litems, county attorneys, all of them, in understanding the science of it and how we use these calendars. Everybody knows what they mean. And before they talk about anything else, they look at the calendar. How's this kid doing? How's life unfolding? Which direction is this headed in? Is it getting better? Is it staying the same? Or is it getting worse? And if it's not making progress, or if it's getting worse, the judge is going to ask everybody to hold off on their adult problems and ask everybody to focus with the judge on what's going on with this kid's calendar. Why aren't they getting enough time with their mom? Why aren't they getting enough time with their dad? What about their brothers and sisters? Do they have any friends? Are they doing stuff other than going to school and sitting at the foster home or the group home? We'll provide an email to First Five that has a whole bunch of our materials in it, and it includes a particular file that I want you to watch for because it would be easy to miss it. I don't remember how to turn this on, so I don't know if somebody knows how to turn this on. Anyway.
Everyone's looking at me, I'm like, I don't either.
There's a button on there somewhere on one of the sides that turns that on. Anyway, there's a file in there, and it has a name, and it says Practitioner's Library. Thank you. And the Practitioner's Library is just a link that you could easily miss because there's so many things in the email you're going to get. But it's the one thing I want to call your attention to because it's probably the most valuable resource that we can send you. And we've collected this library for easily the last decade. It's 50 pages of links to videos, to recordings, and then there are some written documents as well. It's organized by topic area, so if you just look at the topics for something that interests you or you think about, and that would be a good way to get started using this. We thought about things that are almost all of the links that are not written documents are ideal for doing something, and that is walking and getting your heart moving at a moderate rate every day and being able to listen to something, or on the treadmill, or even while you're traveling or using transit or whatever, you can just tune in for a while and listen to something. If you don't know where to start, because the 50 pages document, it's the way it's organized, it's really tedious looking. It's just links and text. But if you really don't know where to start, at the very top of the document is something that is called the primer. And there are five video links there that we think are a great start to understanding what's in the material. So there are 5 videos. I think Bruce Perry's one of them, Bessel van der Kolk's one of them, and I don't remember who the other 3 are. But they're, we think, a good way to get oriented to the concepts are those first 5 videos that are on there. And then from there, a couple of uses besides your own learning and experience that I found practical is in the future you might encounter a situation or an issue that you're like not quite sure how to get started, you might go to that document and look up the topic and see if there's something in there that you can watch or read to help you get started and how you might look after that challenge. So it's, I think, extremely resource friendly. Here's one last thing. If you work at an agency that does any grants, which I suspect some of you do, we've created it because being able to provide references in grant proposals or use text or video links can be useful in constructing a compelling grant submission. And so there's a tremendous amount of information you could use to write grants with and inform your grant process. So I just want you to be aware of that. Okay, I want to do something a little bit more time consuming than I'd like, but I do think it's a good way for us to stop our time together and make this investment. And this is a film I'm going to show you about actually a friend now of Elizabeth and mine. His name is, we call him Dr. Smith. You'll see in the movie why we do that, but he lives in Australia. He is in a place called Coffs Harbour, and he is an extraordinary example that challenges the thing I want to leave you with, and that is this question: is there anyone who's beyond healing? And I'm curious to ask you that as I say that to you in terms of, I recognize someone with a terminal cancer, healing is not going to mean a miraculous outcome, although there are some. But I'm really talking in the context of the lives of people that we know and have worked with and maybe our own lives sometimes. In that context of thinking about healing, thinking about recovery and transformation, could you think of an example of a person who with a condition that you think would be beyond healing? And if you can, what would it be? What comes to your mind? What person is beyond healing? What about sex offenders? I'll get you started. What else? I'm sorry, couldn't hear you. Oh, you didn't.
I didn't say nothing.
Did I get close on that one? I'll give you another one to get started. But how about a sociopath? Or what do you want to say?
Somebody who just doesn't want to be healed.
People that don't want to be healed.
They just refuse.
Good example. What else? What other kind of groups? How about violent partners? Yeah, who continue to do it. Yeah. So here's my point. We can absolutely, very easily think of some categories of experience that seem beyond humans having the ability to recover from, or at least we don't know how yet for that to happen. Is that fair? So I wanted to show you this one because it raises questions about all of those things. And it's extraordinary. And the other thing the reason I want to show it to you is there's a story. This is a story of remarkable healing, improbable healing, and it doesn't involve any social services. Not to say that we don't need or want social services, but to not to limit our imagination that the only way for the people that we encounter in our professional or volunteer roles can get to recovery is by having formal services. I would argue there are other ways, and this is a good example of it. It's a true story, and I'll just play it for you.
Hi, I'm Greens MP David Shoebridge. Over the years, I've worked with many survivors of institutional abuse, and tonight's story is a remarkable tale of overcoming personal challenges. Gregory Smith spent most of his life as a fringe dweller, and in 1990 ended up living rough in an isolated rainforest on the New South Wales far north coast. He could have died there, but through grit and determination, Gregory turned his life around. This is his story.
that's where I ended up. I ended up there because I had really nowhere else to go. There were no human voices, there were no cars, there was no interference, there was just the soft sounds of the forest. I heard that frog.
And I can picture it. You know, people don't live in forests by and large anymore, and people live in houses and hotels and hostels, and you know, they don't live in forests. You live in a forest.
I don't know how to survive in the forest really. It gets wet up there, very wet. And it's also freezing cold up there.
The forest for him became his haven, his sense of peace. Probably not his preferred way of being, but the safest bet at that point in his life.
At one stage that he decided that to keep people safe, he needed to remove himself from society.
That's right. I don't have to run anymore, I don't have to hide. I don't have to fight. And just stop. I was going to die in there, or I was going to leave. Never would have picked this outcome.
I first met Gregory in September 2008. He came to see me because he'd had a history of trauma and he hadn't had any counselling for it. Can you understand the enormity of how you've gotten to where you are?
Yeah, maybe I don't.
When he first came to me, after he came out of the forest, Gregory was still pretty disordered. He dissociated a lot.
I remember losing days.
I know. I know.
I would just black out and I would come to and there'd be this gap in my life and I couldn't explain it.
It was pretty severe stuff and he just kept on coming and slowly his story came out. I had no doubt that whatever you set out to do, you were going to get done.
When we first started talking about his experiences, there were snippets, brief insights into what he might have gone through. One day, I'll never forget the look he gave me. And he turned to me as he was driving and he said, "Do you think I'm a sociopath?" And there was a silence and I turned to Gregory and I said, "Mate, if there was sociopathic behaviour in whatever you experienced, it wasn't you."
I grew up in Tamworth with my 5 sisters. My father was the most dangerous thing in my life. I didn't like him, he was a horrible human being. He always smelt. And I didn't realise it at the time, but today it was alcohol.
Family life, it was extremely frightening, it was extremely violent, it was extremely degrading. Dad was often really angry and he had been beating Mum up, and then he'd turn on us, and Gregory was trying to protect us. We didn't have a chance to run and hide. I remember my father just beating him to a pulp. There was blood everywhere.
As a child, I was always waiting for the next beating. I was always waiting to be abused. One day, I got home from school and my mother just said, "Tomorrow we're going to go and see Auntie Muriel." The next day came and we were all packed into the car and we were off to Home and Hale. I remember thinking, wow, that's a big house Auntie Muriel lives in. It definitely wasn't Auntie Muriel's house. Where we ended up was St Patrick's Orphanage. I was 10. It hadn't occurred to me until a couple of days later that my mother had gave me away. My mother gave me away. And not only had she given me away, she told me a lie to do it. She came back and she collected us, but then she surrendered us again. She could never regain my trust or my respect after that.
I have memories of being in this dorm where all the girls slept and I would cry myself to sleep every night. I recall standing there for hours and hours peeling potatoes. I was 4.
I was sexually abused in that orphanage, and some of those perpetrators were young women, 15, 16-year-old women, and it was their responsibility to bath the younger boys. So I mean, it's very, to me, it's still very confusing.
The punishments were really severe, brutal. Putting kids in isolation, depriving them of things.
And underneath the staircase, there was a closet. On occasion, I would find myself locked in that closet. And I could be locked in there 4, 6, 8 hours a day, without food, without nothing. I'd just be locked in there. I developed this technique whereby I would retreat into my inner mind, and in there I built this beautiful little forested area that had a force field, and in there I could be happy and I could be okay.
Minda is an Aboriginal word meaning shelter. And this shelter shows what the Child Welfare Department can do when it has the money.
From the age of 14, I spent around about 4.5 years in juvenile detention in the punitive system. I did some very silly things. I stole, and I mean, my respect for society was so low.
Boys generally respond well to discipline.
I remember being a teenager and him coming back into my life. By that point in time, he was really angry. And you couldn't talk to him, he was so angry.
I was given a battery of tests. I was of very low intelligence. I think my IQ was measured at 81. Then psychologists, psychiatrists diagnosed me as a sociopath. And I'd ask different people around, what's a sociopath? Somebody that has contempt for society, creates a lot of violence in society. I'm good at that. I can do all those things. Not a problem. When I left the institutions, I was so angry that a person would only need to look at me sideways, and I would charge them. I would headbutt them in the face. I was merciless. I was doing my apprenticeship with alcohol. Rum meant fight. Rum meant pain.
Every time he came into my house, whatever it was he wanted vanished with him. He'd stay for a night or two, and then he'd get up and he'd be gone with all your things.
I managed to get a couple of jobs in Tamworth. Met my future wife, Joy. That relationship centered around alcohol. And I would get angry and abuse her, and that turned into a pattern over time, until she decided one day that she was in a dangerous relationship. She just started to see me for who I really was. I was 25 years old when I realised I was an alcoholic. I'd become my father. It's like a thief in the night, alcoholism. It takes away certain things. You don't even realise that they're gone until you want to use them. For example, tolerance, patience, friendliness, and they're not there anymore. There was a little period in my life where I was trying once again to get my life together and be the responsible citizen. You know, I'd gone back to Tamworth and developed some contracts, cleaning, carpet cleaning, and I obtained this townhouse, and basically I had an open door policy because there were so many homeless people, and you know, so had free food, free drugs, free marijuana, free booze, and people would come and hang and forget to clean up after themselves. The third time I came in and the place was a mess again, and I went out to the truck, grabbed a jerry can of fuel, came in, started sloshing the fuel all over the walls. And I had a really nice Zippo lighter at the time. Flicked that, zipped it, threw it over into the petrol, and whoosh, it went up.
He was like, oh, here we go again, more trouble. There's always more trouble. And we thought he was going to do better this time. This time he seems a little bit more settled. But the next thing you know, he's blowing up apartment.
The end result of that is I found myself in a security room at Tamworth Base Hospital with guards on the door. The psychiatrist came and he spent days talking to me. He said, well, the simple truth is I don't think you were responsible for your actions. I was pretty much transient for 3.5 years. I was hitchhiking up and down the East Coast just trying to find a meal.
We were driving on the M1 past Dreamworld, and I looked out the window and I saw him hitchhiking. And I turned to my husband and I just said to him, keep driving. Because he's like, but that's your brother. And I'm going, yes, I know, keep driving, don't stop. We don't want him in our life. I just couldn't do any more trouble at that point.
If you don't want people to find you, you have to, you know, where people won't go. I'd exhausted all my options. And, you know, I was walking along these roads just southwest of Nonamimbi. And this dirt road seemed like a good idea at the time. And at the end of the dirt road there was a forest. First night in there it rained. It really rained. You know, I was covered in leeches and soaking wet. You know, I dragged my dry bone out and I put that over me. You know, about 3 weeks in, I found myself eating anything that crawled. I've eaten beetles, worm, grubs. I started hunting land mullet, lizards, any lizard. That's my bedroom window. This is my campsite, quite literally. The forest took me back to when I was in that cupboard under the stairs in the orphanage, and I'd formed that place in my mind, you know, of no humans, you know, just a nice soft place. I was never going to glean enough produce from the forest to satisfy my addictions, so I established a nice little area north of my camp whereby I could grow some marijuana plants. Just that simple action opened up a whole trading network for me. Took me to the Byron Bay market, took me to Sydney, took me to lots of places. Some of that horticultural product I traded for cash, and I was able to buy homebrew kits. It was quite a lethal brew that brought me to my knees. My lineal recollection of time is not all that good. I don't have a lot of clarity around those couple of years in the forest because it was mixed in with psychosis. I'm off having conversations with some aliens or gremlins or my ancestors. My ancestors were saying, you can't live like this. And they're saying that they're concerned about me and that my health is deteriorating.
He had some simple choices to make. One choice was to go down the road of alcoholism, drug addiction, living out in the forest. That was a road to oblivion, or take the very brave, necessary step for the alternative life of which he had no idea what that might look like.
I have no recollection of months after I exited the forest. The very next consciousness that I have was actually sitting on a park bench at the back of the Tweed Heads Hospital. I was still very sick. I still had psychosis. There was still a lot of confusion in my mind.
He was at death's door. He was a guy who had a whole range of problems that alcoholics experience, all the neurological problems. He used to walk with a stick. Could barely walk.
And all of a sudden it struck me. I had created all this damage. I had caused all this mess. I thought I was fighting other people. I was fighting myself. My whole life I've been fighting myself. And I remember dropping to my knees and thinking, I don't want to fight anymore. So I made a decision there on that park bench that I would do whatever it took not to be the person that I was there that day.
Well, he stopped drinking, and that made a huge difference because it took one big factor in violence away. And then his memory started getting better as well. He was able to function, to actually learn.
I always wanted to do my leaving certificate. I wanted to finish school. I never thought I was done. Everybody told me I was, but I didn't think I was. I started going to TAFE at Southport, so I found myself moving my possessions into the Sands Dunes closer to TAFE. When people would ask me where I lived, I'd just say, right here, down next to the beach.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Gregory came to TAFE in 2003 and I was one of his teachers.
You want to go and see a classroom?
Let's do it. That sounds good to me.
He came in and he was dressed unusually, so you could tell he'd had some life experiences. I was teaching adult tertiary preparation, which is a course designed for people who want a second chance in education.
Come and have a look at this room. It's so different.
I had the impression that his childhood had been challenging.
Do you remember where you used to sit?
No, not really.
I can remember, and I remember this for whatever reason, I have no idea. I remember you sitting about here, so it was a desk to the side.
I did. And the reason I sat down there was because I couldn't see anybody else.
Exactly. That's what
He sat and he cried one day, and there were sort of tears of frustration, but then there were tears of, can I really do this? And then he got on with the job.
I remember reading it.
And so he would write draft after draft of an essay until he got it right. But I think as the year progressed, he learned to make friends and talk to people and enjoy the learning experience. I know he enjoyed the learning experience. It was like a sponge, he just absorbed everything we taught him and more he learned.
Towards the end of my TAFE experience, the tertiary prep, it was becoming evident that I would qualify for an invitation to university, and this word sociology kept jumping out at me. And when I looked up the definition of sociology, it was about the study of human society, and I thought, I want to know about human society. I want to understand why I hate society so much.
I was a lecturer at Southern Cross University at the Coffs Harbour campus, and I was teaching what's possibly one of the most boring units on earth.
No, Richard was boring. Richard was so boring.
Gregory sort of put his hand up and goes, "Richard, do you mind if I say something?" And I said, "Yeah, sure, go ahead, Gregory." And he goes, "I just want to say that I used to be a werewolf, but I'm over it now." And at that point, I said, "I like this guy. He's going to be my friend."
So I was doing some research for an assignment there, and in my search results, this Forgotten Australians kept coming up. Upwards of 500,000 kids, non-Indigenous, experienced some form of institutional care as children. I would. That's me.
The Forgotten Australians report absolutely blew the lid off a history that was secret, that was covered up.
And it talks about the abuse that was systemic in Australian childcare for so long. And it talked about not being believed. One of the scariest things that can happen to you as a human being, I believe, is to think that you experience so much pain and trauma and isolation alone. But then to discover that there's a whole lot of people out there that have experienced the same thing. I didn't even need to talk to anybody after that. Just knowing that they existed was cathartic in itself. And it took some time for it to dawn on me that my sisters are Forgotten Australians as well. 2004 Christmas Day, I get a phone call from Wendy. She said to me, I hear you haven't had a drink for 4 years. I said, that's right. And she said, do you think we can have a talk?
How you doing? When I met Gregory, I was in a place that everything I touched went sour.
I knew you were sick, just from looking at you.
I just wanted to die. I was dead inside, I just wanted to die on the outside and get buried. I drank to remove myself from life. I drank to pass out so I could sleep. I didn't want to feel, I didn't want to dream, I didn't want to remember.
Yeah, I stopped being angry for a while, actually. Yeah, I couldn't move forward if I was still angry.
Gregory came back into my life 14 years ago, a totally changed person, an amazing example to me. Just to see him and just to hear the tone of his voice and the softness in his voice absolutely made me stop and listen to him.
A couple of weeks later, her son Scott rang me. He said, can you help? My mum's really angry and really drunk. I just allowed her to talk. And then she cracked and she just jumped up and started smashing the place up. And I just let her go. When Wendy got up the next morning, she was devastated.
He led me to some people who have a program for people like me that drank the way I drank. And they showed me how they changed their lives. He supported me through that. My thinking was, if you can do it, then I can do it too.
She's never drank again. She's a different person today. She has a very good life today. When I was invited to do my honours, and I'm in discussion with Richard Hill about, well, what is an honours? I had no idea, I didn't even know what honours were. And he explained that to me. And then, well, what am I going to do honours on? And he turned around with his wry smile and he just looked at me. He said, well, why don't you do it on what you know best? What's that? You.
I became his supervisor. He wrote all his substantive chapters in about 6 months, and he got first class honours, and he got an APA scholarship. I mean, he did really well. He does stand head and shoulders above the rest. He's done a PhD. That's not an easy task.
Chancellor, I present to you Gregory Peel-Smith, who has been admitted by you to the degree of Doctor of Philosophy.
So it just goes to show again the level of the work he's done, the level of the man he is.
When he was doing his PhD, he was interviewing people who had had a similar background, childhood.
Gregory's research is incredibly important. We need these oral histories to ensure that the experiences of those people aren't forgotten, and more importantly, that we have learned the lessons of them.
If you go down underneath that, and then you have to touch the top of your word.
He's now a lecturer. He doesn't big note himself, he just goes about things quietly.
He gets great feedback from students. Students love him, you know, because he's very mindful of how he learned.
The thing to remember is essays are people too. I mean, I respect and, you know.
I think because of Gregory's background, it just makes it easy for him to relate to us and vice versa, really. And I know no matter what age you are, you're able to do it, there's no barrier.
Yeah, that's been a big one for me.
Yeah.
But we can begin to see that these decisions have a wider impact on our society as a whole.
We met in my first year of doing a degree. I'd also been in institutions as a child, and I think the way that I dealt with it as an adult was to try and forget it. Gregory's way was different. It's like, this is also part of who I am. And it's actually a strength, not a weakness.
Yeah, all right.
That was a real watershed for me.
And I think the fact that, you know, you've got it straight from the horse's mouth is probably the most valuable.
I think Gregory represents how to take the crap in life and grow beautiful things out of it.
When I was just in advanced year, I bought 25 acres just south of Grafton. I didn't want to be homeless anymore. And owning a piece of land, and nobody could kick me off it. Nobody could tell me I had no right to be there.
If you ask Gregory when he was up on the hill there outside Mullumbimby whether he would have had a property, whether he'd be a lecturer at university, he would have laughed at you. He would have said, you change your drugs.
I think sometimes I can't remember wrong. Action, do a bit of tasting.
He told me that I could have a life, and it didn't matter what had happened to us as children, we could be good people, no matter what.
Richard Hill, to his credit, kept telling me that I wasn't a sociopath, but I still had these reservations. The idea of being a sociopath started to dissolve a little bit towards the end of my PhD. They told me I was stupid. If I can do a PhD, maybe I'm not so stupid. Maybe they've made some mistakes on some of these other diagnoses. Today I don't think I'm a sociopath. Yeah, I'm just another human being. And do the best I can like most of my friends.
So the question, who's Gregory Smith? So I was just wanted to ask you to think back on the film you just watched and first of all list the deficits, list the problems. What's the list? What do we get? Alcoholic. What else?
Angry. Abuse.
I'm sorry?
Abuse.
Yeah, he terrorized his wife until she fled for her life. What else?
Aggression.
He what?
Aggression.
He's certainly violent. Yeah, aggressive. Sociopath, you heard that. Intellectually disabled. How about arsonist? How about psychotic? How about polysubstance abuser? We could go on, couldn't we? Homeless, hermit. He lived, by the way, in the forest for 10 years. He crawled out of there on his hands and knees near death. Little part of his story, when he gets to near the hospital, he is so disoriented and weak that he gets run over by a car. And that's how he gets into the hospital, where they have to save him from the injuries from the car wreck. It's extraordinary, isn't it? But what are the other things you could say about Gregory Smith in terms of the other things we learn? I think the first thing I think is I watch him with his sister, and he's a healer. And he's a professor. And he has a PhD. He's a friend. Today, he has a son who's 18 months old at the age of 70, his name's William, and he's thriving. I have friends whose children went to university at Southern Cross, and he was their favorite professor. He's an author. He's written several books. You get the point. Who is Gregory Smith? Here's my answer. He's both. He set that fire. He sold drugs. He terrorized his wife until she fled for her life. He's both things. It's complicated. It begs the question, is there anyone beyond healing? Just for fun to wrap up, a couple of years ago, we did an interview with Greg, and you can find on our Family Scene website. And I was curious about something because I had watched this, and Greg and I had been talking. He's written a book also about this experience, and I was fairly sure that when he was in the orphanage and in the juvenile institutions, they didn't teach him much about how to live in a rainforest and not die. And so I said, I was just curious, how did you do that? And the point of me bringing this up is he talked to me, and you heard him say, at first he just ate bugs and anything he could find. He then learned how to monitor lizards. I don't know I've been in that forest, and some of them are really big. And he ate a lot of bats. So sounds lovely, doesn't it? Snakes. Here's the story he told me that I thought was really interesting, and it gave me a thought about his recovery. He told me that as he was learning to hunt, and he was killing these animals, it took him a while to notice something. And what he noticed was that the more he killed animals, the fewer of them he would see, because he was depleting the forest where he was of the animals. And as he recognized that they weren't there anymore, he began to realize that he really missed them, that they were in fact his friends. And he became a vegetarian. And he learned how to forage in the forest, and he ate a lot of mushrooms and other things, and stopped killing animals because he wanted to live with those animals. He didn't want to eat them. And to me, it was the beginning of becoming human. He couldn't do that directly with other human beings through what he'd been with. His first connection to empathy was not with humans. It was to learn something about the creatures in the forest and about friendships with other creatures. That was an extraordinary idea of an alternate way of thinking about how people come to healing, that he learns empathy first by connecting to nature, because he wasn't able to learn it by connecting to people, which I think for some of you who are from First Nations communities and who are guardians of the land, you could relate maybe to his experience. Gregory now is on several major boards in Australia working on ending homelessness. And ending homelessness for him is more than just housing people. It's about people having lives that are compelling and having the things they need to have a compelling life. And of course, he has a powerful voice in that movement, given that he speaks from personal experience. So I really wanted to end our time by giving you an example, an improbable example of healing. There are some of the videos in the library that we've sent you have other stories that are improbable. And I want to leave you with this. I want you to just be thinking about this, about the experiences that you've had, the work you do, and this, I'll just use your table as an example, that notion of mindful positioning, that question, am I standing in the place where I can do the most good, Or here's the second possibility, am I standing in the place somebody put me in? And what Elizabeth and I try to do with people is not work at changing systems. We think that before systems can change, people have to change. That systems are made up of people. And I think our opportunity when we feel powerless and overwhelmed by the distress that we're seeing around us and we're a part of is to connect not to the notion of fighting a system, but connect instead to the work you're doing. Am I standing in the place where I can do the most good? Are we standing in a place where we can do the most good in our community? And I'll finish again, as I've said yesterday, and I've tried to avoid saying today until now, and I mean this in an encouraging way, not as a criticism, when I say they're not coming. If the idea is there's somebody outside this county, this tribe, who's going to come and fix this, it's not ever going to happen. Or I might be wrong, and it may happen one day, but there'll be a problem. The people you're working with today can't wait that long. It's not going to come soon enough. The change is, the big final thing is we looked about the difference between an asset-based approach and a needs-based approach. In a needs-based approach, people are the source of problems. Services are the source of solutions. In an asset-based approach, people are the solution, not the problem. The problem is the problem. The person is not the problem. You'll remember that from yesterday. Okay, what else? Website, currently familyseeing.org. What is that about? It's about changing the narrative from us, for kids in the foster care system, from these lost and found rescue stories told by social workers to telling the truth. The reason that they don't have their families in their lives is because we didn't invite their families to be in their lives. And so we have to learn to see the value of the family, not find families. To see them as the solution, not as the problem. And I'll finish again quoting my friend Tara Winkler from the Cambodian Children's Trust. In every instance, the family holds the solution. For those of you from tribal communities, if I could expand that with my respect, in every instance, the family and the tribe holds the solution. In culture. I think we can fundamentally see the truth of that lived in the world. Anyway, thank you all for listening. I appreciate your patience. And have a good week. See you later. Yeah.